Let's go.
Face somebody. Hey. Find a partner. Let's go. Hey. Because we're doing it together. Hey, we're moving forward together. Find a partner. Hey. We're doing it together. Absolutely. Hey. If you want to go far, go. Hey. There we go. Let's change that move, hey. Okay. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Hey. Hey. All right. We're waving by, Annie, we're waving by to ignorance. You're waving by to poverty. We're waving by to negative mindsets. We're telling it now. You're not for us. We are not those people. Yes. Hey. Wow. Massive round of applause to yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before you sit down, Africa Wisdom Summit. 1, 2, 3. Africa Wisdom Summit. Let me hear you. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jeff. A massive round of applause to Jeff. All right, how are you feeling? We're feeling things. We're feeling those muscles. You're like, hey, I've been wanting to go to the gym since January. Alas, it's September. Alas, you have now made a New Year resolution. After this, Monday, because you realize that you thought you were young, but apparently. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back on time. We are going to move on swiftly to the next session. The next session is going to be run by our one and only Miss Christine Musisi. She's going to be leading an honest conversation titled Restoring Africa's True Identity for Destiny Purpose. So a massive round of applause to our moderator of the panel, Miss Christine Musisi. That applaud was lazy. Tunasema makofi kichoyo. As Africans, we do not encourage, we have to encourage and promote one another. And that I believe firmly in clapping for people who take spaces on stages to speak for us. So those claps are also doing something to move us forward. I'm also going to bring to the stage Dr. Charles Sokile, Country Director, Oxford Policy Management Group, Tanzania. Thank you very much. I'm also going to ask to the stage Dr. Bishop Joshua Banda, North Mead Assemblies, Zambia, Karibu Sana. I'm also then going to bring to the stage Mrs. in her own capacity, Dr. Dorothy Shalua, leading expert in health and management. Makofi bado ni ya kichoyo, Stefrai. All right. And then the final panelist is somebody that Christine is going to, she's going to unveil the final panelist. All right? She's going to unveil the final panelist. It shall be beautiful. Christine, over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Kalila. I feel younger after that dance session. I hope you all do. And as you can see, the panel is a little bit senior, right? In terms of age. And we need a fresh person, or a fresh young person to join us. Bahati, binti yangu. Where are you? Bahati Thambikini, a media professional, businesswoman, and influencer. And she agreed to do this morning. So, very welcome. So, thank you so much, panelists. I think before we start, I would like you to just introduce yourself. Just say something in 1 second about yourself that you would like the audience to know? And we can keep it very short. Shall we start with you, Bahati, then Dr. Shalua, and then we continue from there.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm most privileged and humbled. My name is Bahati Joyce. I am a media host, an entrepreneur, a leader, and influencer. Very humbled to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Very welcome, Bahati. Dr. Shalua.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so honored and blessed to be here. Thank you for putting such an incredible event. My name is Dr. Dorothy Shalua, the wife of Dr. Lucas, Pastor Shalua. I think he has said much about who we are. So if I would just to add a little bit to that, it would be, yes, we are pastors, entrepreneurs, and we love God. We have 3 children. I don't want to leave that behind. And I love to do empowerment, especially to women. So that is usually my space. So just in case I'm a little bit off, you will know where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. But you are also an avid real estate investor, and you've been kind of coaching me in some of these things. So that's something I couldn't hold back. Thank you.
Well, it's great to be here. My full names are Joshua Harimon Kaituleke Banda. I have to give you those full names because the K in that name is a name I requested from my dad several years after realizing none of us had an indigenous name. I'll tell you the story around that later in the discussion. So please just say K. And if I don't mention it, remind me, say K. All right, I'll come back to that.
Thank you.
So I'm Dr. Joshua H.K. Banda, overseer and senior pastor at North Mid Assembly, presiding bishop for Pentecostal Assemblies of God Zambia. We're looking after 2,000 congregations in Zambia and 4,000 congregations in the Southern African region in 10 countries. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Bishop. It's really wonderful to have you here. You are also my mentor, and I appreciate that you have made an effort to join us. Thank you. Dr. Sokile, Chairman of the Africa Wisdom Summit Committee. Over to you.
Thank you, Christine. My public image is an expert, a global expert, an economist, policy development thinker. I am an employee of a global company, a global think tank called Oxford Policy Management, OPM, as a country director responsible for Tanzania and for the wider East African region. My private life is a father of Susie, Locho, Lemo, Lena, very much African names, but also committed, very ethical Tanzanian.
Wonderful.
I think that suffices for now.
Yeah.
For the details, you can check me online or we can talk after here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introductions. We have a great panel, don't we? So what we are having is an honest conversation on restoring Africa's true identity for destiny purpose. And I believe we are tackling a very important subject. It's been referred to in all the conversations we've had this morning. Basically, who are we? Do we know who we truly are? If we did, if we had clarity of who we are, we would have dreams, and we would also put it in ourselves to achieve those dreams. There have been some narratives, people asking, why is it that people of African descent in everywhere are behind? Are we cursed? Is this really our portion? These are questions that, many people are raising. And so here we want to tackle a few questions. And I will start with the first one to the panel. What is Africa's true identity? Before we go to the panel, I will ask Ellie to play a video by Pastor Zerubbabel Mengistu, who could not make it, but he said he will contribute to the summit. And he's actually doing a PhD that is very much related to Africa's true identity. So let's hear from him and see what he says about it. Then we will go to the conversation.
I'm the pastor of Beza Church in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm currently recording this from Muskoka, Canada.
That's okay.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Pastor Z. I'm the pastor of Beza Church in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm currently recording this from Muskoka, Canada, where I'm doing some ministry with some young people, a youth retreat. Hence, if you hear any background noise and playing, I've been trying to find a quiet spot just to record this, so you will forgive me. I really wish I could be with you all this time. My schedule was conflicted, but I'm looking forward to the future summits where we'll be able to share. Mama Christina just asked if I could just share some ideas of what I've been working on, particularly in this area of African identity. This is a real passion for me, particularly African Christian identity, because this is a subject that is very dear to my heart and something that I stumbled across as a issue that I found that if it's not properly addressed, it will cause our experience in Christ to be lingering with a lot of muddied waters, lingering with a lot of unanswered questions. There is this narrative that suggests that Christianity is quote-unquote white man's religion. And because of the experience of the African with the Christian faith historically, it has caused two kinds of responses. Either there is a mass exodus of believers that go out of the church because of that argument, that white man's religion argument. The other option is that it causes the people within the church to practice their faith with unanswered questions. And I believe that God has given us opportunity to address some of these as the people of God, biblically, historically, and accurately for the blessing of the body of Christ. I came into this argument by chance, actually. We were doing a prayer service for the African Union as part of the 50th anniversary celebrations in the year 2013. That's 10 years ago. And right at the time of the prayer, when it was time to go to prayer, my father was the one presenting prayers. The program was hijacked by Zulu dancers who were dancing to a poem that was renouncing Christianity, denouncing the history of Christianity, labeling it as a product of colonial expansion in the continent. And we never got to the prayers. The program ended with that. It caused a lot of questioning, a lot of confusion. And it caused me to go down a path of inquiry as to why this type of program would be disallowed, particularly at such an important event. And what I found out is that this was the work of Her Excellency, Madam Kozazana.
Has it, it's frozen? Sorry? Oh no, it has a lot more. Okay, so I think we will try and get the full video later because we need to hear what he has to say. Basically, the fact that we are thinking that it's a white man's religion, the narrative was changed, for other agendas, for other political purposes. But I think we will move to the panel And as they try to get that video, I think we will try and get the full video later. So going to the panel, I think I will start with Dr. Sokile next to me here. What, in your understanding, is Africa's true identity?
Yeah, thanks, Christine. I think before really jumping into what is Africa's true identity, perhaps it's wise to step back a bit and ask ourselves, what is identity? And according to who? Yeah, because if we use long lenses to look at the identity, then we may not really bring the point and the definition and the understanding home. So identity as a whole package is basically who we are, what something is. And diversity is probably the other side, the flip side of identity. Because the moment you ask identity, then you're not looking for similarity. I mean, if things were similar, same, then there's no need for identity. So we are identified by names because we are many in a family. I can say this is Lemo, Locho, Lena, because they are different. If they are one and same, then there's no need for identity. So to me, identity is a combination of race, class, gender, disability, ethnicity, and all those things that color up the life. So the moment we mix them together, then that's when confusion comes. So if we cannot tell between male and female, black and white, tall and short, then we're having a huge identity crisis. But I think the most important thing, apart from that, is also the other things that surrounds the understanding of the identity itself. So the philosophy of it, the religion and dimension of that, trade, commerce, culture, education, science, technology, all those things put together would eventually define identity. So when we start saying Africa, what is African identity? Then it's like, oh, what is African philosophy? How was Africa faring in trade, in commerce, in 1,000 years ago? How was religion practiced here 500 years? I've just had the allusion that religion is African white man's, or Christianity or Islam is white man's religion. According to who? Because the moment you start reading the religious books, Africa is at the center of it. It's a land of refuge. Everyone is coming down to Africa for food, for protection, for shelter. So Africa is basically the epicenter of religion, all religions. So, and then when you look at almost every other aspects of identity, both the practice and the theory. So the theory is that part, and the practice now is, if we were to say now, you want to really look for identity, something which is typical, then you get it in Africa. You're looking for a typical chicken, you'll get it in Africa.
That's right.
You're looking for a typical black man, you'll get someone who's chocolate like me. Yeah? So both in theory and in practice, I think identity question is quite important. So I just wanted to bring this home, that unless we define the whole concept of identity right, that's when we can now move and say, now, what is the African identity? Now, coming to the question, just before, so that my colleagues can also come in. So what is really African identity? African identity is Africa. When we were young and going to school, Mwalimu Nyerere made us sing one song, and we used to speak it right from grade 1, that Africa, all human beings are the same, and Africa is one. So before saying shikamo mwalimu, we would confess that and say, binadamu wote ni sawa na Africa ni moja. So the identity of Africa is Africa. Then we can move defining what is Africa. and talking more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sokile. At least you have helped us to understand what is identity. And then when we are looking at what is African identity, I believe it's important we look historically. We look at also our biblical identity. You've touched on that. As you said, it's, and the name Africa actually is a Greek-French name. Africa is, natively it was Alkebulan, that's the ancient name that we understood. There's something in a name as well. So, Bishop, what is your take on defining Africa's true identity? And it's not necessarily, what is your definition of Africa's true identity?
Well, thank you very much. When we come to the question of identity, and the base has been very well placed by Dr. Sokile, you're looking at the heart of what something is or who something is. As you can tell from our first session, we've been reminded that we are in some kind of an identity crisis. That's identifiable by the young generation whom we are really focused on this summit, but it's also identifiable by the older generation. What increases that crisis, what aggravates it, that's the right word, what aggravates that crisis is that there are powerful forces that actually want us to say and discuss, as well as arrive at this identity definition through their parameters. So even how we discuss today, and there are people watching right now, even how we discuss is being determined by somebody as to where they will place this. And I assure you, the movers, the shakers, the people who know what to run global agendas are listening to us right now. Right. So I'm glad we're talking.
Let's hear you.
So identity is about who you are, what something is. And since Dr. Sokile took us back to the specificity of Africa's history generally and traced us through trade, commerce, culture, in making reference, the two aspects I would like to amplify in the identity question. And those two aspects are morals and beliefs. Anywhere you're reading, from whatever angle, whether you want to treat this philosophically, you want to treat this from any other angle, somewhere in being able to deal with identity of a people, you have got to examine their morals and their beliefs. And one of the things that are causing the crisis in Africa is that those who believe and those who want Africa turning its wheels towards their morals or their beliefs, want to make Africa think its morals and beliefs are in a hierarchy of 10 to 1, that its morals and beliefs are at 1, and if they take on other morals and beliefs, then they are at 10. That's how they want us to think. But that's not okay. That's not okay. Because Africa, in its identity, historically has been known, as Mbiti said it, to be notoriously religious. So in many of what is to be said about, many things that are to be said about Africa, there is our religiousness. So let's not fear to discuss our beliefs. And so for my portion here, I would like to center on those two areas, our morals and our beliefs. Right now, the morals of Africa are under attack, and the beliefs of Africa are under attack. The belief of Africa in a deity, in a God, is under attack, because there's a world out there that wants us to think you can only make it in this life when God is out of the equation. So what do? Like Dr. Sekile was telling us, this is a fabric. This is something that runs in the fabric of our existence. And the expressions of our existence today are in public life, are in education, entertainment, all these key sectors, business, economics. Those are expressions of key areas and key sectors where we allow our lives to live. And so what do? They want to take God out of education. So they want to examine that if there is any reference to religion in your education, they say it's propaganda. They say it's too much ideology. But then, when they're asking us not to use religion anywhere and faith, let's put faith generally, in what we are trying to do as education, they actually have an ideology. So earlier on, there was reference to this gender euphoria. And in our country, Zambia, there's been a long, long struggle with comprehensive sexuality education. And I work in the health field I've worked in the health sector for 30 years now. Because my research has been in the area of HIV. And any time that we've questioned how sexual reproductive health concepts are being conveyed, anytime we've questioned those, we've said, no, you're now bringing in religious questions. No, I'm using my belief settings, my belief space, to examine whether the way sexuality ideas are being conveyed, whether that's okay or not. So coming back then, I would like us, during this Africa Wisdom Summit, to look back to who we are. We are people who have always wanted to know how we came about. We, through our search, have come through a faith arrangement where we know that we didn't just happen. There is a God who created us. And for me, that makes sense. So we need to be able to discuss our identity in light of the maker, in light of the creator. And we must do that without shame. We must do that intelligently. We can get to it intelligently because right now we're here because there was a visionary. Now, it would be very amiss to think Africa Wisdom Summit just happened. So it becomes easier for me to believe it just happened. And and even if I don't like Dr. Dennis Sempen.
With a big bang, you mean?
Yes, and with a big bang. Even if I don't like Dr. Sempembwa, and it doesn't make sense that it would be this Ugandan who came up with this idea. Even if I dismiss that, it doesn't change the fact that the idea came from him, and it's here. And that he thought about asking some people, called an organizing committee. I don't know who they are, but I can see that they've worked hard enough for all of us to be here. So why is it hard for people to believe that there is a designer, that there is a maker called God? So in my entry, Madam Moderator, I would like to lay the base strong. At the heart of Africa's identity is a search for a maker. That maker is God. And I would like us to lay to the world that Africa is finding its way back to the maker.
Amen.
And because of that, Africa will indeed recapture what has been lost. And the ancient scriptures say, the years that the cankerworm ate, and I want you to fill in the blank who or what the cankerworm might have been.
Yeah.
The years that the cankerworm ate, God is restoring. So, as we discuss here, I want to wear the heart of a prophet and speak to Africa.
Yeah.
Our time has come.
Yes.
And that our morals and our beliefs are key. And if we take the right compass and place our morals where they need to be, as the young lawyer said earlier there, and I would like to talk to you a little later, we will have the right people doing the right things the right way and at the right time. But because we have a morally tentative base, a base that's not wanting to fix itself to anything that we can account for morally, we have the confusion that we have. Even for a simple thing, for a thing as simple as gender. I want us to place back morals and beliefs at the center of our identity, and we will have the course corrected.
Thank you. Wow. Bishop, you said our time has come. Do you believe that our time has come? And are we ready to stand up and be counted? Dr. Shalua, you are a powerful woman who has lived in Africa and in the West for 3 decades. I was listening sharply. And then you came back to Africa. You know, what does that represent to you as, how do you see yourself as an African in this whole arena of exposure to both worlds, or to different worlds and different systems? What is it in that process that you feel identifies you truly as an African woman?
Wow, that's loaded. But traveling across the globe together with Dr. Shalua, my husband, I want this also to translate in our day-to-day lives as Africans, because I want to derive some values that have made me, or have made an African to be an African. The fact that my father was able to install in me the importance of education. The fact that we had a moment, a fireplace, that he would bring us, as poor as we were, the one thing he would emphasize to us was, I cannot give you much in this life. I don't have the wealth. But what I know is this: if you stick to education, if you pursue education, it's gonna bring the wealth that you will have. And what he meant was not just the education we get from school, but he made the totality of it, the knowledge, the wisdom that we can acquire, and that will help us to grow and to develop ourselves, to be able to think critically and to be able to solve problems and to become solution makers. Basically, that's what he meant. So even as we traveled, we understood that. And it was always ringing in my ears to know I need to take these values that I've been taught from my parents, from my mom. A lot of times when I was outside, they would ask me, where did you learn to be a businesswoman? I mean, you have just come to this country, and all of a sudden, you are establishing this, you are establishing that, you are thinking of going to school. And my answer was always this. My mom taught me to sell mandazi when I was 7 years old. She would literally take us, because my father was a pastor, earning probably 60,000 or maybe even less back then. These were years ago. So the salary was very minimal. So we couldn't survive on our father's income. So my mom, like every other woman who are still doing what they need to do right here to empower themselves economically, used to have small businesses. And it didn't end by her, but she would gather us together with our siblings and teach us the value of working with our hands, and teaching us the value of knowing that what we have, if we add value to what we have, it can bring income to it. So at 7 years old, my brothers were 10, 12. I would get the mandazi. I would go sell house to house. We'll knock doors. Hey, we are selling mandazi. My siblings would get groundnuts. They will go to stadiums where soccer was played. Instead of watching soccer, they were selling groundnuts. But that meant so much to us. It helped us to understand what to do with our hands. And it helped us to know it is not enough just to have one income. It also helped us to know the value of working hard. I think what I'm trying to say, there are values that we get as Africans. They are so fundamental to understand in this day and time. If we use them, they will work for us, not against us. They will translate for wealth. Yes. Why are we complaining? Why are we living in this victimized mode that we are poor, that we don't have this, that we don't have that? Why? We have so much resources that if we add value to that, they can become a wealth to us. So what am I saying? I want us to go back to what grandma is telling you. I want us to go back to what mom and dad was telling you, the aunties. It takes a village, right? Yes. It takes a village to what? To raise a child. Yes. I was raised literally by a Mama Dora, a grandma who was a neighbor, who used to take me and my sisters and tell us and install in us values that were important for our lives. And I still remember her up to these days. But I think nowadays with the young people, I love to hear the narrative that you guys are saying. We want to hear from you. Guess what? Somebody's speaking to you. Are we listening? Are we taking that in? Are we using it? This is a moment just to cherry pick what is best from the African culture. This is a moment to cherry pick. Not everything is good, but we can cherry pick what is good and let it give us leverage. There is so much leverage out of that. Take it from me. Yeah. I really want to thank God. Just from what I learned from my mom, I can proudly say, by the grace of God, it has given me so much wealth. Wow. Just knowing that it's not enough to work 8 hours a day. It is not just enough to do what everybody else is doing. It is not enough. And I didn't learn that from school. I literally learned that at the fireplace in my home, while we were having Bible study, while mom was cooking. Yes. Do we still have young girls who love to watch their mom cooking? Do we still have those? Yes.
We do.
Or are we all in the microwave age? Which is okay. I'm not condemning microwave. I love the microwave. Well, we just put it in the microwave, we take it out, then we run, right? But there are times my girls always say, Mom, we still remember when you say, you gotta put time into cooking.
Yeah.
You gotta be creative. Do we still value such moments with the elders? Do we still, because that is the identity of us. I've taken that around the world.
Wow, amazing.
Yes, and I've used that even to empower other people.
Amazing.
And it doesn't end there.
Thank you.
But because of time.
Because of time, but we could go on and on. And actually, somebody was asking me that why is it that women these days have better chances in work, you know, in getting good jobs. And I think that training, you might call it training in the kitchen, but when you are cooking a meal, you don't just get a bottle of salt and put it in, bottle of spices and put it in, beans and put everything. You measure. You think about the taste. How would it be if I do this? And you know, we are trained to think very strategically right from a young age. And this is something I think that we need to really value. And maybe academics like Dr. Sokile, Dr. Bana can help us, Dr. Dennis, to actually analyze what that is and how we can, you know, it's not, I'm not just talking about cooking, but the way we go about our business. I love the fact that your training in investment and business started right from the beginning. It's incredible. And it's impacting me as well. So this is great. Bahati, what do you make of all of this as a young woman? You know, what is the chance for our continent? You know, where do you think we can take all this? Because, you know, our identity actually determines our philosophy. It determines, you know, our decisions. It determines how it also determines our wisdom. Okay, our identity determines our wisdom. And we've heard from Bishop saying that, you know, the foundation of our identity is in our morals and beliefs. And it reminds me of the foundation of God's throne, which is righteousness and justice, being in right standing with God, and being, you know, loving your neighbor as yourself, basically treating others the right way. So, how, you know, what does this mean to you as a young person, and where do you see us going with it?
Wow, thank you. First, I have to say that this has to be a setup, because what do you say after the elders have spoken, right? If you are a young African child, when you are asked to speak after elders have spoken, you know that's a setup. It's a good setup. So before I say anything, I would like to honor and recognize the oil and the wisdom that is here with some of these people who have raised me. And so I am most privileged and humbled, and I do honor the hats you wear, the graces you carry, and the wisdom and privilege. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, so I will speak as a young woman, emphasis on young. Hopefully represent some of the young people in this room. I think firstly I want to touch on the African identity from my perspective as a young person, and then maybe just what is the challenge, which goes to the question that Mama Musisi asked me. For me, when it comes to African identity, or identity, so to speak, I really want to highlight three things. Three things speak to me. Number one, when you're thinking about identity, you need to go back to the genesis or the origin of the thing. When I think about unpacking really what is an identity of something, I think of identity, I think of name, I think of function, because these are the things that are telling of the identity. So I have a medical background as well, trained as a research scientist actually. And when we think about biology, everything in the body is named according to its function. So those three things are pertinent when it comes to the identity of something. So I'm glad that Mama Musisi touched on this. Let's look at the original name of Africa. Because if you are named wrong, we're going to function wrong, right? So the original name of Africa is not even Africa. Al-Kebulan, the original Kemanite text or name, indigenous name, because our name tells who we were supposed to function as. So Al-Kebulan meaning the mother of mankind or the Garden of Eden. That tells enough of our function, because when you're thinking of a mother, the mother is the one who feeds you. Oh, it's no wonder that Africa is feeding the world. It's not a secret. It's no wonder that all the wealth is coming out of the ground and the soil of Africa. When as a young person, those things begin to be instilled in me from a young age, I cannot grow up thinking that I can be poor. That the way I'm living has the genetic code to produce enough for the world. So these are important things. The origin, the genesis. We need to have these conversations with young people. Young people need to know where they're coming from. We are not being told about where we're coming from, who we are. So I think it's important that we go back to the identity, name, and function of who we are. The original conception comes from concept. What was the original idea of who we are? Then I think of the second thing, which is ownership. There's something about ownership that really has to be telling of our identity as Africans. When I was in university in New York State, I did a presentation on Eurocentrism. And when I was done with the presentation, nobody clapped, but I had made my point. And I was not sorry, because it's part of the awakening and enlightenment of who we are. And most of us have grown up with a very Eurocentric mindset. Unfortunately, some of you are not even aware that you carry the Eurocentric mindset. But I do challenge you to go and Google, and you will be shocked how un-African and how Eurocentric you are. Again, this is not a platform to bash any culture or white men or any other, identity, no. But touching on Eurocentrism, did you know that the map that you know as the world map is not necessarily the world map as it should be? There is something called the upside down world map, because the world is a globe that is suspended in space. When you unfold a globe, something that is circular, and put it down on paper, you can put it right side up, you can put it upside down. It just depends on how you unwrap that paper to make it flat. So how they unwrapped the world to us, with Europe at the center, with Africa 5 times smaller, right? And so that's your Eurocentric mindset, because in geography you were told that's the world map. No, why can't it be upside down with Europe at the bottom, or with Africa the real size that it ought to be? Do you understand what I'm saying? So ownership is so important, and this is why we must participate, because if you're not participating, if you're not there, you're not represented. So thinking about Eurocentrism as well, where, funnily enough, when we were in school, I wondered why all the scientists were white men. Newton, there you go. So I'm like, okay, so these are the only people who were enlightened. I mean, okay, so gravity. So no one else in Africa, there were no apples falling. There were no mangoes that were falling, and someone is like, okay, how did this fall on my head? No, that was not there. So Eurocentrism has removed our ownership in our origins. So looking at some of those mindsets, when you now go and dig deeper and discover that actually some of mathematical principles that were discovered originated in India, in Egypt, in Africa. Some of the world's craziest inventions. Look at the pyramids. Oh my goodness. Technology, the origin of it, the origin of civilization.
M-Pesa for one.
Right, M-Pesa now. The origin of civilization in ancient Mesopotamia. It didn't start in the West. Go read about ancient Mesopotamia. So we're misinformed about the ownership, and that plays into our identity. With ownership also comes the voice, because when I am able to say, I am a Tanzanian, I can identify as a Tanzanian because I own a passport. This is where I'm from. I have that ownership. So it's important. I want to touch on the voice and narrative a bit later, because that's my space. And then the third thing to do with our identity. So I've said our origin, the ownership of things. And then the third thing is the spirit behind everything, right? The spirit behind something really gives its true identity. We used to watch these movies where sometimes you would have these people switch bodies, and so this person would come into this person, and this person would come into this person. And so if that happened, and Mama Dorothy came in me, and she's picked up the mic, you would say, this is not Bahati. Why? Because it's not the spirit of Bahati speaking, right? And so I love, Bishop, what you said, because we have to start talking about spirituality if we're truly going to go back to our true identity. What is the spirit of Africa? Because that was taken from us. That's why we're confused. The spirit of Africa, Ubuntu. What is Ubuntu? I was just seeing online now, they've called us software Ubuntu. Ownership, they're taking things from us. But Ubuntu it's our spirit, the African spirit, that says, I am what I am because of who we all are. That unity, that oneness is part of our spirit as Africans. So why are we so divided? And if Ubuntu is part of our identity, then the divisions just take us further away from our identity, because the West has told us that unity is uniformity. And that is so false.
Wow, that's wisdom.
Yeah. Unity is not uniformity.
I know you
so
have
much.
a lot to
No
say,
problem.
and we want to hear more from you. You know, this is intergenerational wisdom.
Yes.
And I hope we are all listening. Older, younger, Bahati, that is beautiful. I think so far we've looked at our origins, the morals and beliefs. Our beliefs and our spirituality determine our morals. Okay, and we've looked at identity in terms of the name, and that name also determines purpose, and then from what Dr. Dorothy was saying, function. You know, why are we here? Why were we created? Why, you know, it really helps us determine where we want to go. Dr. Dorothy also mentioned the issue of experience and wisdom that comes from the experience from our older people who shape the way we grow and the decisions we make in the future and what we become. Now, you've mentioned the issue of ownership and the voice. Those are all critical issues. I think we have one more question we need to answer, and I want to ask the audience to start this, to start with the answers. How can we be purposeful in restoring our African identity? How can we be purposeful in restoring our African identity? What is it that we can do to restore our identity? Because we've already, you know, cleared that if we want to reach our purpose, if we want to become what we want to, if we want to fulfill our dreams, we need first and foremost to be clear on who we really are. Anybody? Yes, I have two young men today. I'll start with you and then with you, but please be very brief. I will have to cut you off if you exceed 1 minute. Could we have the microphones, please? To the two gentlemen. We start with the gentleman over there. Sorry? Thank you.
Thank you.
And he's over there in the brown shirt. Yes, please.
Yes, hello, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Lawrence Kararo Mtabaz. And first and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to whoever organized this special summit. I came a very long way. I come from the northwest Tanzania, Karagwe. And when I heard of this summit, I said I couldn't miss it. Almost 2,500 kilometers from here, a very deep village.
Congratulations.
So there are two things or three that I want to talk about. I'll be very brief. One is why did I attend this summit? A lot of summits are going on. Personally, I deal in organic agriculture. So when I went to school in Uganda and then later to Kenya, I came back home and started my own program dealing in nutrition-sensitive agriculture. And there are so many summits going on that are in my space. But why did I attend this summit? And I had nothing to say. But as the conversation is going on, I feel like there is something that I can pour out that will maybe will help millions of people like me out there. This summit is one, it has the word Africa and then wisdom. And good enough, I've heard we have religious leaders here, and it's not political. I've attended so many summits that are very, very political. We come here, we air out our views, and then we go home just that way. I've been with some friends and we've been discussing, and then we were brainstorming just during break time. What's so unique about this summit? And then we were discussing a few issues, and then I told them, I wish I had a big screen like that one. I would go back to my village and press play this whole conversation because it's touching me deeply. There are so many youths out there like me, for example, who think when you write a proposal, when you want help, or when you want to talk to someone about a certain idea, then you have to write it to our friends, the other side. But here, people like Dr. Dennis here, who are out there and then they're coming back to say, you know what? You African youths, you can do something on your own. You see? You don't have to write a proposal and take it to, I won't say because I have some people out there who are also helping me, but these are...
And that's okay.
Yeah, these are...
But that's okay.
I have one challenge. These are people out there solving African problems. It's a very big challenge. And I think that's why we request a lot of money from them, and we do nothing sometimes because there are a lot of things that are delaying. Because these are people out solving our own problems. But this is Dr. Dennis or Madam CC there, who is typically Muganda. Me, I've grown up in Uganda. I usually tell people, because I've grown up from a very poor family, so I usually tell people, if it wasn't me going to Uganda, I think I would be some person on the streets doing funny things. Because, you know, Ugandans are known for being very respectful. I remember my people used to tell me, kneel down when you're greeting.
Telling us a story.
Yeah.
Can you tell us from your experience?
Yeah.
What must we do differently to
Now, what I'm thinking, what we can do differently is one. You see this platform here, we're on this flat. It looks amazing. Everything here is beautiful. But this is what I want to call upon the organizers of the African Wisdom Summit and everyone here. Please, and I'm calling upon everyone, how can we take this knowledge to people out there who are not on YouTube, who are not on Twitter, our fellow Africans? Because at the end of the day, it will end here. I'm thinking I'm going back to Karagwe, maybe after the summit on Saturday. How do I deliver the message? So what I'm asking from the organizers of this summit or the people behind this idea, apart from all other people doing politics, please let us find a way to reach out to everyone out there who can't access such platforms.
Okay, can you propose to me at least one way we can do that?
Okay, I was trying to talk to my friends, and then we're thinking, one way is, I see we have some religious leaders here. How can we directly involve? Because someone was saying don't connect.
Don't ask me. Tell me.
Yes, I'm trying to find the best ways because
I know
think
you're being polite, but
yeah,
tell
my
me.
presentation. The church shouldn't go into politics. Someone was saying that the church shouldn't go into politics. But for me, what I'm saying is I think it's the right time for the young generation, because I see so many smart minds here. The young generation, even from the church itself, given the wisdom by our fathers here and moms, they should now start directly going into politics, because these are the people who are going to implement our ideas here. But once we stay like this, at the end of the day, there are people who are supposed to implement whatever we are suggesting here. Yeah. Now, how do these youths here go back into politics?
Thank you. Thank you for that. Elijah, I hope you'll be very brief.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Madam Christine. My name is Elijah Bale. I am a lawyer from Uganda. And I have so many things to say, but I will be very brief. Lawyers are very verbal. The question is, how can we be purposeful in restoring our African identity? And I would like to start by saying that most of our speakers, the elders in the room, have attributed, like Mrs. Shalua, I don't know if I'm saying the name correctly, Madame Christine, her opening statement, even Dr. Shalua himself, they attributed their success, most of it, to what their parents instilled in them. You know, the guidance that they received from their parents, they have really, really attributed their success to. And I want to ask most of them, do you have any of your children here attending this summit? That's just a question. And it brings me to my point. Your parents were very intentional in raising you. They walked with you the journey. What's happening, why this generation is failing, is because parents, I am an advocate for parenting. Parents have actually neglected their role. They are doing it outside of their home. They are not doing it at home. Can we be very intentional, raising children intentionally, mentoring, you know? And just as I conclude, I might lose my, my chain of thought, but as I conclude, we've talked about our African identity. And I think for the longest time, in many spaces, we are talking about what the West has done, what these people are trying to do. I think there is a real reason, and a very spiritual one for that matter, why as Africa, we have the biggest percentage of young people. Can we concentrate on that and leverage? Let us forget about what is not happening and what is happening. How do we direct these young people? Because we are the future of the world, not just Africa. We are the future of the world. If we have 70% young generation, you know, we are the future of the world. So I'm saying is, intentionally mentor these young people and you know, pass on these values like your parents did, so that we do not lose that, we don't lose that. Thank you so much. Okay. I hope to get another opportunity.
Thank you. We are running out of time, and I see Eric, you want to say something? Will you be able to say it very, very quickly? And then I will hand over the mic to Dr. Bugoya. We want to hear from him, and then we will come back to the panel and conclude. I wish we had more time. Okay,
I wish we had more time. My name is Eric, and yes. I am development practitioner. My question is very brief. I think we're talking of identity, but then we do have identity as African, and I think the only thing which is missing is how did the forefathers, like for example Nyerere and the rest, how did they pass on the wisdom to us, so that we could sustain, you know, those, what they started. Because you look at Africa, you look at, for example, in Tanzania, how were we referred to back then, and how are we referred at the moment? You know, and you go to other countries, you see everybody saying, yeah, this is European standard, this is German machine. How do African countries, individually and collectively, being known and referred globally? So we really need to start from there, and then from there we'll be able to know how do we want to be known at the moment. For example, as young people, do you want to be known as, copying and pasting from the Western cultures? Or do you want to say, for example, we are the peacemaker, we restore, the peace and sustain the peace globally? How do we want to be known globally?
Yes, what legacy we want to leave. Thank you very much. And I saw another person from the other side. Who is that gentleman next to you, Eric?
Thank you, Madam Mosisi. My name is Ben Mwine. I'm a media practitioner from Uganda. It's an absolute delight to be here at the Africa Wisdom Summit. I think it's the beginning of some great things for us. I heard Elijah talking about being an advocate for parents. He looks too young to have any kids, so I'm wondering on what basis he is. Parenthood, okay, just checking. I am a father of two kids, so I like the way you're thinking. Madam Moderator, just a couple of things for me very briefly. As a Ugandan, I've been extremely delighted to be in Tanzania and find names of people here that resonate with where I come from in Ankole in Uganda. I've seen a Mutabazi here, which is a name from Kabale. I met someone called Chisaka yesterday, which is a Ugandan name. I met someone called Karashani. I have a relative called that. So it just goes to show you that from a perspective of identity, we're just one people that got separated by the white man. And I had Bahati almost apologizing to the Europeans for dividing us, and I think I had a professor talking about how we must be unapologetic, and I don't think we should be apologetic about the fact that they came and messed us up, and we've got to fix that. There's something that Bishop mentioned about our morals and beliefs. I would just like to add a word to you, Bishop, in terms of what that entails. If you add our morals and beliefs, they form our culture, and our culture is what defines society and where we go. The Eurocentrism that we are currently facing has been basically meant to erode our culture as a people. And if you look at any society in the world, Madame Mosisi, that has managed to progress, has been based on building a culture for that people. We all know the story of Singapore and how it's touted quite much from what Lee Kuan Yew has done. We know what China has been able to do in terms of their big goal. We've seen what Japan does with their culture. The one thing that no one ever talks about is how the alphabet rainbow people have also built a culture over so many years, and it's been very deliberate and has ended up in a space where you cannot ignore them because they built a culture. How do we build that culture again for us as Africa? Yeah. You do it by being visionary. That's a word that I had being mentioned. If everyone in this room, including Mr. Mutabazi there, and he was asking this question, all of us, maybe 100 or so in this room, become visionaries and go and start a mini Africa Wisdom Summit in our villages. Where does that lead? And I think so, in a nutshell, we've got to be able to think about that. And finally, that truth and culture being led by faith unapologetically, because at the moment, unfortunately, for those of us who are in the religious space, there has been a decent amount of distortion where the truth is being taught in a way many times that seems to serve selfish purposes, as opposed to actually building culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Building a culture, in fact, in one of our objectives is to co-create in this room a new value system for our continent that will propel us to the Africa that we want. So we have every opportunity to do it in this room. And tomorrow we are going to get to work. We are not going to sit here and talk. We are actually going to start crafting what that is about. May I, could you give the microphone to Dr. Bugoya? Let's hear from our wise man. For a minute, because you have more time tomorrow, Dr. Bugoya.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. And I'd like to say something very, perhaps I don't know how to put it quite right. Let us not agonize too much about a search for this authentic culture. There is a story of a millipede and the mother. The child millipede asked the mother, "Mother, with which leg or whatever should I start with?" And the mother saying, "Hey, baby, move, move, move." In other words, I don't think we should just go on and on and on. There are certain things to me which will tell you who you are, whether you like it or not. Go to Mississippi, you will know who you are. Go to a street in New York in the night, you will know who you are. In other words, and you will know you are potential victim. By the way, that was true of the Chinese and Japanese in the 40s in America. It's not the same now. Why? Because China and Japan liberated themselves and say no. Nyerere used to say, wherever he goes, travels, people ask him in Europe, "How is Senegal? What's the situation in Zambia?" And he says, "I don't know." "Yes, but you're African." In other words, and why did they say he was African? Fundamentally because he's black. So whether you like to define yourself or otherwise, the reality has already defined you. Unfortunately, it has also defined you, let's face it, as subhuman, less than the others. Deal with that so that they never have to do that to you again. That is the purposeful search for your identity, period. Liberation in every aspect. So don't agonize, organize.
Wow. Woo! Don't agonize, organize. Please put that on the Twitter. However way, hashtag something. Okay, thank you. Our friend who spoke earlier, you said we were messed up by others, but I must say that we also need to accept that we've also messed ourselves up. I think we do have a leadership crisis. The fact that we have more than 5 coups d'etats going on right now, unconstitutional governments. We have civil unrest in different places. People are yearning for a new kind of leadership that is driven by these values that we are talking about. So panelists, we are finishing right now. And we've said that it's important for us to know who we are, our identity. We've seen why it is really important. And we've talked a little bit about what we can do, but we will expand on that in the afternoon and tomorrow. But we've been advised we need to be visionary. We need to be intentional in raising our children. Parenting is a big responsibility, and grandparenting too. Because if there is a gap with parenting, we have still an opportunity with grandparenting, and I think that it can give us an opportunity. And then we need to find a plan and a platform to disseminate this. Meaning Dr. Dennis, the Africa Wisdom Summit, needs a manual of how to hold an Africa Wisdom Summit and criteria and all of that. I think, he says it's done. So that we can hold them in the different spaces. Clap for him. We can hold it in the different spaces that we are in. And the issue of legacy, I think if each one of us asks ourselves, what kind of legacy do I want to leave behind? It's so important. And building a culture, a new value system for us. So as we conclude, just give us just one nugget of wisdom in 1 second that we can go with, that gives us some sense of direction, in terms of restoring our own identity as Africans and using that restoration to fulfill our own purpose for which this continent was created and put in place in where it is at this point. Maybe I should start with Bahati, Dr. Shalua, and then we come back here. Just 1 second, please.
Thank you so much. I think one way that we can restore our identity is going back to restoring the African voice. I do not believe there's anything wrong with our narrative. I don't know why people keep saying that. Because the African narrative is there. It's always been there. Our forefathers, it's how information and knowledge was passed down. But there's everything wrong with our voice, because somebody else is speaking for us. And as long as you don't have your own voice, you are a child. And nobody can listen to a child. So we need to stop babbling, ba, 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 ba. And we need to start articulating our narratives.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to add something give it to Dr. Shalom, but I would like to add something to that, because no one listens to a child. But Ecclesiastes says the wisdom of a poor man is despised. Yeah. The wisdom of a poor man is despised. So no matter how wise you are, we really need to create wealth.
Yes.
And wealth that endures across generations for us to be able to sit in the space and then expand our voice with our wealth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over from the panel, but over to you, Dr. Shalua.
My take it's in the moving forward, and I would say this: we Africans cannot afford to be left behind. We have to engage and we have to collaborate, being very creative as well as using innovation to be able to use what the young mind has and this old generation and work together to propel forward so that we can take part on the table. We are being left behind from the table. What do I mean? From the global market, we are not there. But whilst we have the most innovative mind right here in the room, so why can't we use that to give us leverage and to give us advantage to be put on the map? We should be on the map by yesterday. So I think what I would say, we should hold on and we should be proud of our identity. We know what excellence is. We know what is working hard. We know what our parents, what our elders have taught. All we have to do is to use that and work together. Are we ready? Are we ready for change? Are we ready for transformation?
We are ready for change. Yes.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Young minds, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
There should be enough fire in here
Yeah.
so that we will have sleepless nights to say we will create not Facebook, but something of platforms that will bring transformation for Africa and for the rest of the world. Are we ready?
All right, man, I like that. Praise God. Thank you, Doc. I love that. Yeah.
Bishop.
Yes, indeed.
Tell us.
We have to take a breath.
Tell us.
Now, listen. What's going on here is extremely important. So I would like to leave the following. Number one, when I heard that story about the millipede, that's really where I wanted us to direct our energies. It's time to move. It's time to move. That is so critical. But then move from what? We're moving from everything else that we've agonized on. And I think the caution, the wisdom about not perpetuating the agonizing is timely. That's important. But we have some things to agonize on. The place where this voice of the poor has structurally been made as a voice that you can't speak. So let me share from my own life so I can, as I conclude, I'll refer back to that care. And I think this is prophetic. This is prophetic, the care. So I asked my dad, why don't we have any indigenous names? My eldest brother and my eldest sister is Evelyn, is our eldest. Brother, Aaron. Another brother, number 3, David. I am number 4, Joshua. This is number 5, John. A late sister, number 6, was Jane. Of course, my parents, religious background, very strong religious family, later became properly Christian and so on. Then he said, all right, if you want an indigenous name, I'll give you one. So he told me a story. It's going back to the fireplace. And you young people want to hear about the fireplace? Yes, let's talk about it more. But I hear the voice as to how that can mean something to you. So he told me of how there was this great-great-grand uncle, whom in African setting would be like my grandfather, my great-great-great-grandfather. He was a platoon commander in the days of Shaka. I saw the Shaka movie when we were in the US, and definitely it had been changed many times over. So who's telling the narrative? We leave that there. Anyway, he told me that I carried his features. And he explained that this man would lead the platoons, they would fight, they would plunder, conquer, and then he would say, "Kaikuleke madoda," meaning we have plundered, we have fought, it's time to move on. I said to him, I want that name. So that is the K. That name is about, look, we've done this now, it is time to move on. That's the blood that flows through here. I want to do things and I want to do more. There's ground to gain. So I want to suggest to us very quickly here that we need to identify where the fight has been. Choose the battles you will fight. You can't fight everything. Pick your niche. So, Bahati, that voice issue. Yes. Pick your niche. So even if they have structurally placed the poor man's voice at the lower level, when the poor man begins to identify what his battle is and is determined to win it, they will notice.
Yes, they will.
So I would like to say that that's where to go. Direct your energies. Act structurally. Think long term. So I want to end with a scripture. Nehemiah chapter 4 and verse number 12. Then the Jews who lived near them came and told us 10 times over. So this story has been narrated, re-narrated, changed. Even our name has been changed. It means, for me, it doesn't matter. I will be who I am. I will do the things I am called to do. I will achieve. So will you. So he says, wherever you turn, they will attack us. This is what they're telling Nehemiah. So Nehemiah says, okay, you've organized, I will organize you. So he says, therefore, I stationed some people behind the lowest places of the wall at the exposed places, posting them by families with their swords and spears and bows. Now, I would preach a storm from there. But here's the point. Where are we most exposed? Africa. We are most exposed now at the family level. So, the people who have taken sexual liberalism as their agenda for the day have targeted the family. This thing about gender euphoria is about the family. It is the most fundamental microcosm of our existence. This is what has preserved Africa. This is where she lent her business ideals that are making her and her husband float now. It's a family. So this is where we're most exposed. That's where our energies must go. So Nehemiah says regarding the family, after I looked things over, so thinking like what's happening here must go on. After I looked things over, I stood up. So 2 days from now, we stand up. And I said to the nobles, so pick the influencers, and they're here in this room. Make networks, and the officials, and the rest of the people. And I said to them, don't be afraid. So we must now take up our place. Don't be afraid. Nobody will write your story. You write it. Don't be afraid of them. Remember the Lord, who is great and awesome. What move must we make? Fight for your families, your sons. That's generational, intergenerational. Your daughters, your wives, your homes. Africa Wisdom Center, this is our time. Africa Wisdom Summit, this is our time. We connect.
Could you give us that scripture again? Because
Nehemiah chapter 4, verse 12 to 14.
Okay, thank you very much, Bishop. Dr. Sakile?
Yeah, very quickly. So
Yes.
clearly the wisdom has flown. We are watching a movie and we are moving towards a change. But it's like really we are doing it. Some are starting from the rear, some are starting from the start. So 2 generations apart, and we are talking 2 different languages. That was the point in the morning. So a house divided in itself will definitely cannot stand. So how do we bridge the gap? I think the point came in from the floor on the role of the home.
Yes.
But I think that's where all of us identify. At the end of the day, poor, rich, young, old, they'll all go and seek solace at home.
Yeah.
How do we start the fireplace right at home?
Yes.
And how do we use this micro space to make the wisdom and the identity flow and continually flow? So I think 2 things as we move forward. 1, for youngsters, create an intentional demand to know.
Yeah.
Ask us, and ask us, and ask us.
Yeah.
Ask the uncles. You know, it's unfortunate that in the cities, actually the uncles would mean some guy driving some yellow school bus. Which is okay. In Africa, we don't have uncles, we have fathers.
Absolutely.
And aunties would mean some matron lady in boarding school, which is also okay, because in Africa, we don't have aunties. We have mothers. That's what I grew up knowing. Every other woman next door was a mother. Yeah, so let us ask mothers and fathers wherever we are and use the microspace at home. But for the elderly, the more mature, the custodians of wisdom, let us create supply. So when supply meets the demand, we can converse. Let us be intentional to talk to youngsters. Invite them, approach them, take them home. Provide some wisdom of the day. Volunteer out your voice. Maybe out of 10, if 2 listens, that's 20%. We can move on, and eventually the intentional aspect will give us some gains. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. A big clap to the panel. Can we stand up, please? I'm going to ask you to repeat after me from what I've gained here. Okay? I know who I am. I am African. And I am because we are. And I am blessed to bless mankind. I will not stand still. I will not wait. I am done agonizing. I am moving to my destiny. Because it is our destiny.
All over the world, lift up your voice. Do you know who you are? Shout it aloud, declare it. Believers anthem. Come on, let's go. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, for I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am. He says I'm at, I know who I am. I know who God says I am. What He says I am. Where He says I'm at, I know who I am. I'm working in power. I work in miracles. I live a life of favor. For I know who I am. I'm working in power. I work in miracles. I live a life of favor. For I know who I am. Hey. Hey.
You can take your seats. A massive round of applause to that panel. As they take a photo, he's right. We're going to take a photo. Now for this photo, I'm going to ask that we move these stools to the side. No, Mama, no.
Could a young person come in?
You know, as a child from an African home, when your parent is lifting something and you're there, how? You're disrespecting me as a child. Please allow me to help you. Yes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to that panel. That's a powerful, powerful, powerful panel. A lot has been said. And we actually have that video from Pastor Zerubbabel. We found the full video. So we're going to play it as we're coming back from lunch, so that we get to hear also what his contribution was. But we are heading off to lunch right now. But one of the things that was really interesting in that conversation, we keep talking about this excellence, but we have a yardstick of excellence. When you think of excellence, most of the times you don't think African. So basically what we're saying, we have to change that, right? But then it has to start with each one of us individually. And so even in the different contributions we had on the floor, there was this we should. So, you know, I just want to challenge you before the day ends, if you could take and just, we all have like these little booklets, and some of you have notebooks. And for you tech-savvy people who are using notes on there's a phone and then there's an iPhone. So depending on what you're using, honesty is the best policy. And me, I'm a child of God. So regardless what you're using, a phone or an iPhone, you can go to notes. And seriously though, if you can write 3 things that you will do, either in your place of work, either in your own intentionality to grow as you, what are you doing personally? And one of the things that came out strongly was the role of, so we've been told as young people we have to create a demand and an intentional desire. And then for the older generation, we've talked about them creating the supply. One of the things to all the parents in here, because the role of the home really came out. One of the things I love about, you will notice I am a believer. I love what, now, you shall forgive me, I shall just go to that direction. There's the role of a child. And we're told about the kingdom of God and us entering the kingdom of God with the mindset of a child. And for those who perhaps do not connect with what I'm saying, all I'm saying is that there's a role that children play. And young children come into this world really wise. Before we teach them, we unwise them. They come into this world extremely, extremely powerful before we teach them how not to be, because of the mental models that we have. So what can we do to build spaces for our young children from the age of, you said 7? So I have a 9-year-old, I'm gonna come and teach him. Like, you need to teach me how to teach her. But basically, how do we create a space where their voices are things that we listen to, even though they do not come out in the language that we're used to hearing, the polish, because we feel that we're so polished, but they're saying things. So how do we pick those up, right? So 3 things, challenge yourself. And you know, it can be more than 3, but let it be a minimum of 3 things. What are you doing differently from here? Apart from the they should, we should, but what is the I should? And there's the I should, and then there's I will. But then you have to write from when will that start? And then if you can think about by this next week on Monday, today. So in terms of I will, what will you do in your thinking? What will you do in your saying? What will you do in your actions, right? Is that okay? Can we agree to have a consolidated effort to actually have action coming out of these conversations? And with that, I'm just going to let you know that tomorrow, so I'm just going to make a few announcements before we head off to our timely lunch. Tomorrow we're going to have fireside chats. So we're going to have an example of the fireplace. Which is we've already started today. We're going to have fireside chats. And that means tomorrow's session, like Ms. Christine said, we're going to be crafting. We're going to be working towards something. And so we're going to have 2 fireside chats tomorrow. And the reason I'm announcing it today is because I need everyone in this room to select the fireside chat group they're going to be in. The first fireside chat we're going to have multi-generational honest conversations on African values and norms. So we're going to be touching on African values and norms, and we will have 4 groups. Group 1 is going to be on economy and business. It's going to be facilitated by Eric Nyoni. The second one is second group is public service. It's going to be facilitated by Miss Josephine Laswai. The third group, we've been talking a lot about family today, is going to be on family, is going to be facilitated by Dr. George Obado. The 4th group is on arts, media, sports, and entertainment, and I shall be facilitating that one. Now we have incredible leaders at the back part of the committee who will have sign-up sheets. So can I have the team with the sign-up sheets? So I know, do we have the team with the sign-up sheets so that people see who you are? Okay, they're right there at the back. So the sign-up, who has the sign-up sheet for economy and business? So that's Grace right there. Please turn and let's see Grace. Or maybe you can come to the front, Grace, really quickly. And then there's a sign-up sheet on economy and business. Who's taking care of economy and business? Oh, it can't just be you for everything. Who is this economy and business? Because we have to split. Really quickly, team. Please, please, please. Who's economy and business? William, is that you? So that's William. William, please come to the front so people see you. Who is public service? Public service. Who's got public service? Sharon, with her hand up, she's going to come to the front. The last one is arts, media, sports, and entertainment. Who's got that? Arts, media, sports, and entertainment. Arts, media, sports, and entertainment, Lucy. So Lucy will have arts, media, sports, and entertainment. So please, before you go downstairs for lunch, make sure, or even while you're coming back, make sure you sign up with them. So this is economy and business. Put your hand. So she's who you're looking for economy and business. Public service. Sharon is who you're looking for public service. Arts, media, sports, and entertainment. That's Lucy. And then on family, we have William. please make sure you sign up because we need to make sure we have enough number of people in each group, and we split the groups accordingly. All right, and then we're going to have the second fireside chat, but that fireside chat will also be split tomorrow. We're going to be exploring the wisdom of sound African proverbs, which is another really exciting session. And with that, I am going to ask you all to head over to lunch. That is also going to be on the ground floor. Lunch is going to take, what time is it right now? Lunch is going to take the time that we agreed is going to take. Is that okay? Because we need to come back in this room and be in this room by 14:45 latest. So this means we're going to take our lunch in about 30 minutes. Is that doable? Can we do lunch in 30 minutes? The lifts, yes, I understand the lifts. So I understand. So during the health break, we took 30 minutes, lifts included. So right now, lifts included, we can still do 30 minutes. Is that possible? So let's aim for 30. Let's aim. Is that okay? All right, everybody, have a wonderful lunch. We are off Africa Wisdom Summit 2023. Please remember to keep tagging on your different social media platforms, keep networking, but as much as possible, we are back in this room at 14:40. Does everybody have a coupon? If you don't have a coupon, please put your hand up. If you don't have a coupon, this is what they look like for lunch. Does everybody have a coupon? I'm assuming that is a yes. Wonderful. Bon appetit.
There's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to be than here in love with you. You know what's the best for me. reflections of myself. No shadows in the dark. You hold the light to me now. Ooh, you say what's for my heart. That's why I'll always be in love with you. Still, through it all, that's when we're going up. Oh, going up. When we rise and fall, you know I'll always be in love with you. My rivers run to you. That's what comes naturally. You see what's in this heart. You know what's best for me. And the reflections of my voice, they echo in the dark. You hold the light to me. You say what's for my heart. That's why I'll always be in love with you. Still, through it all, that's when we're going up. We're going up. When we rise and fall, you know I'll always be in love with you. Still, whoa, still, ooh, oh, still, yeah. Still, ooh, oh, still, yeah. Oh, still, now, oh, still, I know you are, yeah, still, ooh, oh, still, yeah, still, you know I'll always be in love with you. Still, through it all, that's when we're going up. We're going up. When we rise and fall, you know I will be in love with you. Still, oh, still, oh, yes. Ooh, oh, still, there's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to be than here in love with you. You know what's the best for me. Reflections of myself. No shadows in the dark. hold the light to me now. Ooh, you say what's for my heart. That's why I'll always be in love with you. Still, through it all, that's when we're going up. Oh, going up. When we rise and fall, you know I'll always be in love with you. My rivers run to you. That's what comes naturally. You see what's in this heart. You know what's best for me. And the reflections in my voice, they echo in the dark. You hold the light to me. You say what's for my heart. That's why I'll always be in love with you. Still, through it all, that's when we're going up. We're going up. When we rise and fall, you know I'll always be in love with you. Still, whoa, still, ooh, oh, still, yeah. Still, ooh, oh, still, yeah. Oh, still, now, oh, still, and I know you are, yeah, still, ooh, oh, still, yeah, still, you know I'll always be in love with you. Still, through it all, that's when we're going up. We're going up. When we rise and fall, you know I will be in love with you. Still, oh.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya ili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako? Maana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu. Kinywa changu umekijaza na shuhuda nyingi. Macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande. Kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana. Zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Mwambie tena baraka zako. Baraka hausihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana, niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, ushafanya vingi, ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo lachipuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili zanizunguka zunguka, nami nitakaa hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Umefanya hili na lile, umenipa Baba, umenipa Baba, baraka zako Baba, siwezi kuzoea. Umefanya hili na lile, Baba, kushukuru, inakutukuza Baba. Bali nina kushukuru, bali nina kupa ibada yangu Baba, kwa mengi umefanya, kwa mengi unatenda.
Music is the power that controls mind, soul and body. Is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako, maana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu. Kinywa changu umekijaza na shuhuda nyingi, macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande. Kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana, zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana, niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, ushafanya vingi, ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo lachipuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili zanizunguka zunguka, nami nitaka hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Umefanya hili na lile, umenipa Baba, umenipa Baba, baraka zako Baba, siwezi kuzoea. Umefanya hili na lile Baba, kushukuru inakutukuza Baba. Kushukuru bali nina kupa ibada yangu Baba, kwa mengi umefanya, kwa mengi unatenda.
Music is the power that controls mind, soul, and body. Is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako, maana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu. Kinywa changu umekijaza na shuhuda nyingi, macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande. Kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana, zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako,
baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
mwambie tena baraka zako.
Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana, niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, ushafanya vingi, ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo lachipuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili tanizunguka zunguka, nami nitakaa hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Umefanya hili na lile, umenipa Baba, umenipa Baba, baraka zako Baba, yeah, yeah. Siwezi kuzoea, umefanya hili na lile, Baba, kushukuru, inakutukuza Baba, bali nina kushukuru, bali nina kupa ibada yangu Baba, kwa mengi umefanya, kwa mengi unatenda.
Music is the power that controls mind, soul, and body. Is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako? Mana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu, kinywa changu umekijaza na shuhuda nyingi, macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande, kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana. Zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana, niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, ushafanya vingi, ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo lajibuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili tanizunguka zunguka, nami nitakaa hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Umefanya hili na lile, umenipa Baba, umenipa Baba,
power that controls mind, soul, and body is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako? Mana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu, kinywa changu umekijaza na shuhuda nyingi, macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande, kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana. Zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana. Niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, ushafanya vingi, ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo lajipuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili zanizunguka zunguka, nami nitaka hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Umefanya hili na lile, umenipa Baba, umenipa Baba, baraka zako Baba, siwezi kuzoea. Umefanya hili na lile, Baba, kushukuru, inakutukuza Baba. Kushukuru, bali nina kupa ibada yangu Baba. Kwa mengi umefanya, kwa mengi unatenda.
Music is the power that controls mind, soul, and body. Is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako? Mana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu, kinywa changu mekijaza na shuhuda nyingi, macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande, kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana. Zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana, niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, ushafanya vingi, ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo lajibuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili zanizunguka zunguka, nami nitaka hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Umefanya hili na lile, umenipa Baba, umenipa Baba, baraka zako Baba, siwezi kuzoea. Umefanya hili na lile, Baba, kushukuru, inakutukuza Baba. Bali nina kushukuru, bali nina kupa ibada yangu Baba, kwa mengi umefanya, kwa mengi unatenda.
Music is the power that controls mind, soul, and body. Is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, ninakushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako, maana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu. Kinywa changu mekijaza na shuhuda nyingi, macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande, kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana. Zako hazihesabiki, wema jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana, niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, ushafanya vingi, ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo la jibuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili zanizunguka zunguka, nami nitaka hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Umefanya hili na lile na lile, umenipa Baba, umenipa Baba, baraka zako Baba, siwezi kuzoea. Umefanya hili na lile Baba, kushukuru, inakutukuza Baba. Bali nina kushukuru, bali nina kupa ibada yangu Baba, kwa mengi umefanya, kwa mengi unatenda.
Music is the power that controls mind, soul, and body. Is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako, maana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu. Kinywa changu umekijaza na shuhuda nyingi, macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande. Kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana, zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako,
baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
mwambie tena baraka zako.
Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana, niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, Ushafanya vingi ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo la jipuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili zanizunguka zunguka, nami nitakaa hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Umefanya hili na lile na lile, umenipa Baba baraka zako Baba, siwezi kuzoea. Umefanya hili na lile Baba, kushukuru inakutukuza Baba.
Music is the power that controls mind, soul, and body. Is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako, maana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu. Kinywa changu umekijaza na shuhuda nyingi, macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande. Kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana. Zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana, niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, ushafanya vingi ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo la jipuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili zanizunguka zunguka, nami nitakaa hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Wema
the power that controls mind, soul, and body, is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako? Mana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu, kinywa changu umekijaza na shuhuda nyingi, macho yangu yabubujisha machozi ya sifa. Kama ni uzima najiuliza, nimekula vingapi vya kunifisha, lakini havikudhuru. Nikisema ni ulinzi umenipa wewe, umenizingira kila pande, kibali chako kimenitajirisha sana. Zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru.
Mwambie tena baraka zako.
Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Bwana umefanya sana, tena unatenda sana, na moyo umeujaza furaha. Asante sana, niseme nini siwezi kuyaeleza, niseme nini siwezi kuyazoea. Unanitenda wema, ushafanya vingi, ila leo naliona jipya. Asubuhi jambo lachipuka, maana fadhili zako ni mpya Bwana. Naziona fadhili zanizunguka zunguka, nami nitakaa hemani kukupa sifa. Ninakushukuru Bwana, ndani ya penzi nimezama. Umenizingira kwa wigo wa baraka. Umefanya hili na lile, umenipa Baba, umenipa Baba, baraka zako Baba, siwezi kuzoea. Umefanya hili na lile, Baba, kushukuru, inakutukuza Baba. Bali nina kushukuru, bali nina kupa ibada yangu Baba, kwa mengi umefanya, kwa mengi unatenda.
Music is the power that controls mind, soul, and body, is the soul food.
Baraka zako hazihesabiki, wema wako hauzoeleki. Umefanya hili, umefanya lile, umenipa jina Baba, nina kushukuru. Na niseme nini juu ya wema wako? Mana muda wote umekuwa upande wangu, kinywa changu umekijaza.
Mungu pamoja nasi, Emmanuel. Everybody now say, Emmanuel. Kuna watu wanajua jina lake ni Emmanuel. Sema Emmanuel. Mungu pamoja nasi. Jina lako Emmanuel. Kweli Mungu pamoja nasi. One more time. Kweli Emmanuel. Mungu pamoja nasi. mtu ameona mkono wa Mungu, mpe makofi mengi. Hallelujah. Hey. Hallelujah. Everybody now say, Emmanuel. Mungu pamoja nasi. Jina lako Emmanuel. Kweli Mungu pamoja. Mungu pamoja nasi. Emmanuel. Tumeuona mkono wako Bwana, tumeyaona matendo yako Bwana, tumeuona mkono wako Bwana, tumeyaona. Everybody now say, tumeuona mkono wako Bwana. Wakati wana ushuhuda matendo yako Bwana, tumeuona mkono wako Bwana. Everybody say, hayo matendo yako Bwana, tumeuona mkono wako Bwana, ukitenda kazi maishani mwetu. For the last time, come on. Say, tumeuona mkono wako Bwana.
What we call wisdom talks. So they're whiz talks. If you're thinking about how to tag that, that is WIZ-talk or dash. Just use dash. WIZ-talks, TALKS, in case you're wondering about my spelling. Tunajua kuspell. Grammar teacher did well. All right, everybody back to your seats, back to your seats, back to your seats. It is 15:19, which is approximately 30 minutes past the time we agreed to be back in the room. So may we reflect, introspect, and challenge ourselves as well. Approximately 30 minutes. The moderator for the next panel says we're in Tanzania. Tutamuuliza maswali akiwa anaongeza panel kwa Kenya. Tunawapenda. But everybody, it's great to have you back. Can we settle down? Team, can we get everybody outside back in the room? Can we settle down? If you're wondering about how to register for tomorrow's sessions, the team led by this lovely lady here with the braids, Rachel, put your hand up, is going to make sure that you sign up. Does anybody, has anybody on the tables right now not signed up? If you haven't signed up, please put your hand up. If you haven't signed up, please, this hand up. All right, Rachel, there's a gentleman right here who hasn't signed up. Table in the middle, right there. All right. How are you feeling? We're going to do a thermometer test. A thermometer is a very scientific experiment or a scientific test that is done in the most prestigious of halls on the continent and around the world. And so I hope you consider yourselves lucky and privileged because I'm going to teach you something new. Are you ready? But I need you to pay attention because considering it's a really technical aspect of this conversation today, I need you to pay attention. Okay, so it's a thermometer test. And it's experimented and it's been confirmed to be one of the most effective ways to communicate across the continent if you're wondering how to run such sessions in your workspaces, in your villages, nakadhalika. I've been told we're going to have Africa Wisdom Summits in Machame, nakadhalika, which is great. But a thermometer is this. Are you ready? Please listen very attentively because I can only say it once. I feel like it's a lot, right? You're gonna put your thumb up. We all have thumbs. Nice. So this is what we use to do a thermometer test. So if you're feeling, I'm going to ask how you're feeling. If you're feeling great, you're going to give me a thumbs up. If you're feeling low, you're going to give me a thumbs down. If you're feeling, I don't know, you're going to give me something right here in the middle. All right? Are we ready? Have you learned something new? You see me, the intellect. Eh? Hey, praise God. All right. Thermometer test. How are you feeling? I'm seeing thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. I'm seeing somewhere here. That's a lot of plus a foot. Guy, you're representing your country and your people as a whole. Well done. A hand of applause to him and to all of us. We're feeling good. That's awesome. We're feeling good. How was lunch? Lunch was good. I hope we're fed, we're good, and we're ready for the next session. We're ready for the dash. And it's going to be a dash. Like I said, we're going to start with whiz talks. Whiz talks. Not whiz, W-I-S, branding. It's whiz talks. So if you are going to take anything that's going to be shared on this platform, you're going to use the same hashtags as before, but I'm going to add you another one. This is AFWS, whiz talks. Whiz, W-I-Z. T-A-L-K-S. Wiz Talks. So put that down so in case something, and I know something incredible is going to come up and jump at you, you're ready to put that on your page. So we're going to have 4 incredible speakers come up, and they're each going to take 5 minutes and share a wisdom talk. Each is going to come and introduce themselves, introduce your session, and then right after the first one, we're going to go directly into the next. Right after that, we're going into the next, and we're going to the next. We're going to take approximately 20 minutes each, and we're going to give them each a massive round of applause as they come to the stage. Let's practice clapping. Tuanze kufanya kwa majaribio. A hand of applause for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment where I give you a thermometer test. So right now it is here. We are here. Let's try again, guys. Take me up. Hey. Guys, we are not independent yet. Hey. Yes. Hey, like that. Please, let's clap like that throughout. Eh? We're saying the chicken is working. For those vegetarians, the lettuce. We're good. All right, we've got 4 incredible speakers. We're going to start by none other than Mr. Moses Jonathan. Mr. Moses Jonathan is going to take us up with the first Wiz Talk, and he's going to be talking to us about diligence. Tumkaribisha jamani, escort him with some rose petals. Karibu sana.
My name is Moses Jonathan, and I'm going to talk about diligence. So diligence is this elusive subject because we see many people working hard. But just because we're working hard doesn't make us diligent. And just because someone is not working hard does not necessarily make them lazy. So in life, there are examples, and I like to speak with examples of nature because I do a lot of documentaries on nature. There are these organisms, we see them every day, the army ants. Gram for gram, army ants are the most vicious animals. Like, they have the fighting strength that is unmatched by any other creature. And in the Bible, the army ants symbolize a symbol of diligence and hard-working life. King Solomon tells those who are sluggard to go and observe the ants and learn from them things about diligence. And they are very diligent. But the ants are just too diligent. Sometimes they toil for no good reason, because this is something that has been imbued in their nature, and they just want to work and work and work. And they just work and work and work. But there was another creature. This one is called the Alcon Blue. Alcon Blue took the advice of King Solomon. This is a butterfly. It literally observes how the ant works and says, look at these workaholic Oompa Loompas of the wild. I want to learn how to use them so that I don't have to work at all. And what they do is, like, they trick the ants to do babysitting for them. So they produce caterpillars, and the caterpillars which come from these creatures, they have scents like those of ants' larvae. And the ants confuse them for their own larvae. And they literally pick them out from the wild and drive them all the way to their mounds and take care of them for 23 good months. Yeah, it doesn't end there. When they're in the mounds, those caterpillars, they learn to learn how to get more food from the ants. So they observe, and then they realize they are these queens, they make these certain sounds, they get more food, then they learn from them. They emit those sounds. And the ants will feed them more than their own larvae. So if the food was in short supply, they'll abandon their own larvae and feed them. These are two examples. So between these two, who is more diligent? The ants or the Falcon Blue? Falcon Blue, I think. Because diligence is elusive. These Falcon Blue have learned to utilize naturally occurring systems of advantage. And these systems of advantage are all around us. And when someone traces them, you can find someone who has only a 2-hour workday, but their results are extremely massive, because in life, there are those forces which are just beyond norm, like they are beyond our ken. And it's either we align to them or we don't. And most of the times, everything that we do, only 20% actually aligns to those forces. And because of that, there is always this wonky nature of results and effort. Because when you draw the graph between results and effort, it's never linear. It has a wonky look. And that wonkiness is what determines why certain people have more results and others don't. This comes from the field of economics. They discovered this. It's called the Pareto law. Everything we do is only 20% that makes the difference. 20% of the time we spend working account for 80% of the results. So diligence is in trying to trace that 20% in everything that we do. It involves the mind. And when you take life in that kind of approach, it will make a difference on how you approach things. You will not be caught up in doing, but in learning, trying to investigate life, approach life with a scientific mind. Even if you're not a scientist, you try to experiment with things. You find the things that have outsized results. And when you reach, I want to finish up with this. This one is called the processionary caterpillar. The processionary caterpillar is a crazy one, because these are creatures which tend to tie themselves to the one who is in front of them, and they form these long lines. But when you do a simple hack of putting the first one, attaching the first one to the last one, they will go in circles all day long. They don't question why this circle never ending, you know? And in life, most of the times we can be involved in those kind of pursuits. We find ourselves following the crowd, wherever it leads. We don't question things. Now, diligence involves breaking out of that cloud. By choosing to be independent, by choosing to make the world adopted to us and not ourselves to be adopted to the world. And by doing that, we are going to become people who will break out of this rat place, which is never ending. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Wow. Wiz Talks. Wiz Talks. And it's not over, it is going to be back to back. Next, we're going to give Mr. Haruna Mlawa a massive round of applause as he comes to the stage to talk to us about perseverance and success.
Good afternoon, everyone. This summit is wonderful. I thank God. My name is Mr. Haruni Mlawa, and I'm going to talk about perseverance and success. And there are many ways people talk about success. There are many ways people pursue success. But as a young kingdom leader, I'm always extracting my wisdom from the Bible as a great book of all time. So I came to find that the designer and creator of human being, when he created human beings to put them on earth, he knew there would be so many challenges and so many circumstances that this man will face. So he created within him an inner power and ability to overcome everything that comes from his surroundings before he put him on earth. And once that was done, then he commissioned him to operate on earth. And I think the way God created us, he gave us the ability, first thing, to overcome anything on this earth. I mean, including Satan, anything in this earth. The second thing is to prosper on anything we do. Whatever we do, we should prosper. That is given. That's how we were created. It is a pattern that lives in us. It is in our DNA. It is in our blood. Every one of us, not somebody, not that man, not that man, everyone who is human being. But what happened is, due to our disobedience, then another patterns started emerging. Anytime we disobey to the kingdom patterns, to the kingdom principles, because that ability was formed to work by aligning ourselves with the kingdom principles only. And in the great king, the great king, King David, I wonder when he was starting giving his wisdom, he started in Psalms 1, verse 1 up to verse 3. He started with a very profound kingdom principle on how to be prosper. And if we focus on verse 3, it says, in anything he shall do, it shall prosper. Anything, whatever it shall be done, it shall prosper. So, ladies and gentlemen, fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters, let us align ourselves with kingdom principles. On anything we do, we will prosper. It is given. And there are many ways to be successful. But there is another kind of success which is very destructive. And when you pursue success out of the kingdom principles, one thing that you will find out is that in that success, you will never have rest. You will never have rest. You will have success that you don't enjoy. You are not peaceful with it. You have no joy with it. It is an embarrassment to yourself and your generation. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us align ourselves with kingdom principles. We shall have the best success, best prosperity that stay with us. We enjoy it. We have fun with it. And it will be really amazing, something that stays generations after generations. God bless you, Africa. God bless you, all of you. Thank you for giving me this time.
Guys. And you know, considering you left 2 minutes out, I'm just going to use it to make a quick joke. So one of the things that when he was talking about success outside kingdom principles and that you'll get embarrassment outside, he said you'll get embarrassment. You know, in Swahili there's a saying, utajua ujui. You know, utajua ujui. So what it means is, you know, you'll find out. Play, you'll find out. Just go, you'll find out. But you know, the way it feels, sit next, not a Kenyan, as a Tanzanian, for them to explain that Kiswahili properly, so you understand the joke. But anyway, another hand of applause to Mr. Haruni Mlawa. Perseverance and success within the principles of the kingdom. Next, we're going to have none other than Miss Josephine. Miss Josephine Sepeku is going to be talking to us about digitalization. Makofi kwake tafadhali, another massive round of applause. women in the digital space. We have very few of them on the continent, so I expect you to double clap. Double clap, yes.
Thank you very much. Wakubwa shikamoni, wadogo habari ya sasa hivi. Being born and raised in Africa, nimeamua nianze na Kiswahili. We are speaking about African, but we are using the other people's language. My name is Josephine Sepeku. I am here to speak about digitalization. It's amazing that we are here on a daily basis. We use technology into different processes on our daily use. And it's amazing being called for tech space, yet I did not specialize in any technology. Using technology, why am I in tech space? Growing up, I always wanted to see what change do I bring into the community. So the question is to all of us, as the technology is coming, as globalization is coming, change is always there. What are our values into the things that we put on every day when it comes to technology? The innovation that every young person is creating now, what impact does it have into the community or the society that actually surrounds you? Is it in line with God's will as we are going? I would give an example. Everyone has a different way of approaching things. In Africa, we've been creating different technologies. We have M-Pesa and everything. It started here, but we don't applaud it as much as another technology where it's coming from the Western world. Why aren't we supporting ourselves? Where is that unity when it comes to digitalization? Post-COVID, we saw Chinese talking about using drones to supply medicine into different areas that they could not reach and to avoid contamination. But the truth of the matter, I was one of the project officers that we used drones from Mwanza to Ukerewe Island that had geographical location to transport medicine and blood into the areas that are not there. The boat could only go twice a day. That is from 8 to 11 and from 2 to 5. From there is no other means of getting any of the health facilities. With the drones, we could go up to more than 8 hours. But where is it announced? This was done before COVID. Where are we as Africans when it comes to digitalization? My values this year around March, I thank God I was able to be chosen among the only African to move from here to a European country to motivate the European children or youth who are into science, engineering, mathematics, technologies. It has never been done before into the founding organization. Where is it announced? As a youth, we are looking for digitization. We are always in TikTok. We are always on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. If you check your digital platforms right now, does it reflect your values? Does it reflect the impact that it has within your community? We always speak of globalization. How are you doing something towards globalization to understand the values that you had? I never did any technology, but for more than 3 years, I've been able to use technology to bridge a gap between science and business to Form 5 and Form 6 students to prepare them before they go to universities. What are you doing towards that? in your daily basis, who are you? Do you really know yourself, the values that you had? I must be honest, I was at the overnight of the New Year's at church. Dr. Shalua was preaching. He gave us an assignment to write the things that we want to achieve during the year. I never told him this. One of the things was I should be able to impact several youth in Africa and outside Africa. In March, I received a call to go and give that speech as a keynote speaker. First woman, first African from Africa. By God's grace, last year, I was also the only Tanzanian who was invited to see and to be a keynote speaker for the Africa-Ireland Economic Forum, to make decisions that actually will happen into the African countries. My fellow youth, we are complaining. What efforts are you keeping? As you are praying to God, I need to develop. What are your intentions? Are you true to yourselves? We are not judging anyone, but these are the questions we need to ask ourselves as we grow. I did integrated law and Sharia. I did gender, human rights, and globalization. But I'm here speaking about digitalization. How are you identified as a youth? One thing we should know, we will always be challenged. How do you cover your challenges? Thank you very much.
You've written all the questions, there are a lot. You've written them down. So, what are you doing to prepare others? Wow. So, to round us off this incredible session of the Wiz Talks, we have none other than Miss Luantale Treasure Sissy. Miss Luantale is going to be talking to us about unity.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Luantale Treasure Sissy in Sobuga. In much of Africa, storytelling is a central part of teaching in the wisdom of the people. We've had that a lot, even as we stood here. While growing up, my grandmother told me so many stories, as was the custom of those days. And in these stories, there was an animal kingdom in which animals talked and reasoned like human beings. And today I'm here to tell you a story much like them. It's about 3 great friends, antelopes. These antelopes were very good friends. They did everything together. They ate together, they slept together, they worked together. Unknown to these antelopes, Mr. Lion was always watching them from afar. What a tasty meal antelopes would make, were his greedy thoughts. But taking on 3 antelopes on my own would be a challenge. One day, the antelopes got into a fight. They were angry and they separated. The lion followed the first one, grabbed it, ate it, and it was dead. Followed the second one, same thing, grabbed it, ate it, and it was gone. And the third one, grabbed it, ate it, and it was gone. Africa, our story, much like these antelopes, ends in a very sad way. Once upon a time, we were a very beautiful continent. In fact, a Portuguese historian, he's anonymous, he was on the voyage of Pedro Alvarez Cabral. It was coming to Kilwa, off the coast of present-day Tanzania, where we're at. He records, and I quote, "There is a small island next to the mainland. It is a beautiful country. The houses are tall like those of Spain. The people, I want to quote him exactly, so forgive me. It is a small island next to the mainland of Tanzania. The people are rich. They have lots of gold, silver, pearls, amber, and musks. The people wear clothes of fine cotton, linen, and many other fine things. The people are black men." That is a story a Portuguese wrote. It was a text discovered. But unknown to the African people, one Saturday afternoon in Berlin, there was a conference, an international conference, much like this one. And it was chaired by the Chancellor of the newly created German Empire then, in Wilhelmstrasse, at his official residence. And they were discussing how to divide Africa among those countries that wrote those very beautiful reports about Africa. The key aims of this conference were to divide Africa among the European nations for colonization and trade organization, and also to figure out which European country would control which parts of Africa. No African representative. Now, unfortunately, the results of this conference are not much different from what happens to our friends the antelope after our friends the antelopes after they were divided. What's worse, though, is that for Africa, it was a slow and painful death that ate away at us little by little with every passing year of exorbitant exploitation and depletion of resources. There is good news, though, guys. Don't sulk. Our wise forefathers, some of whom are Dr. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, devised a plan which in today's jargon we would call major comeback. The Organization of African Union in 1963, which is present day, which has evolved into present day African Union. Guess what? The key aims of this plan were, and still following through, to eradicate colonialism and to change, to unify the trade in Africa, to bring back the economic success that we had as a unified force. It's a beautiful thing that our forefathers did. When you look around you, even today, the African Wisdom Summit, here are our forefathers coming together, fostering the spirit of unity for us, to carry the mantle, to restore the African identity, not with the stupid mistakes that Dr. here mentioned, like slavery, but to that place of beauty, wealth. We have many commodities, not slaves just, not human resource, that we can share with the rest of the world. And here we are, learning how to use those commodities to take us back to the place of the beautiful Africa. Let us learn from them, and let us carry that mantle with intentionality, the intentionality they themselves have taken to get us here. Thank you very much.
So I think, receive, guy. Kaka, please receive. No, you can't just sit down. Pull the chair for her. Pull it. Like that. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's this moment that I'm going to take and say that Luantale and her husband traveled all the way from Uganda with their little baby. Baby Sia is somewhere in the back. Is he? Just wave. Somebody was asking who is here with their children. Hey, there he is. There he is, an example from Uganda. A massive round of applause. So, Saya, I'm wondering the kind of speeches you'll be making when you are 10, if this is where you come from. But amazing Wiz Talks. I hope that we have gotten incredible wisdom to share on our pages. We started with diligence, right? Another hand of applause, Mr. Jonathan, Moses Jonathan. We started with the ants to the caterpillar. And as you're saying about diligence is trying to trace the 20%. As we're here at the Africa Wisdom Summit, can we think about what the 20% is for us to get to where we need to be? Because we're either doing empty work or we're focused on the 20 that will give us the 80%, right? And then we went to perseverance and success. And Mr. Haruna talked to us about, basically I said, utajua hujui. He talked to us about success. Every human being is created to prosper, operating in the pardons of the kingdom. So if you're unsure what that is, I suggest that you talk to him. Because if you are unsure about that is, and perhaps you're doubting that is reality, there's something that he has to tell you about the kingdom he's talking about. And then Ms. Josephine, you came and talked to us about digitalization. And the fact that one way or the other, there are all these incredible things done by Africans. You yourself being the forerunner for running conversations and encouraging, inspiring people in the tech space. But the question is, who is telling our stories? So the big thing there is, how are we pulling the media in this conversation? Because the people controlling the narrative within the media or the agenda, they're not here. Right? And one of the things that I work also in media, and one of the things that we keep complaining about, well, not complaining, but we try to fix in that space is the fact that people who own media houses do not run a development agenda. It's about the bottom line, is the dollar. We cash money, right? Right? And we just had Ms. Luantale talk to us about unity. Are you the antelope or are you the lion? Be honest with yourself. Right? And right now we're talking about the African Union, but we do know that we've been talking about and we've been hearing about the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement. And we've been talking about a lot of these agreements, and one way or the other, we're still far from where we should be. So what can we do in our own capacities to push these conversations forward? One of the things that it really interests me when I talk to young people about the FCFTA is different people say, oh, it's too complicated, I don't understand all this. I'm like, did you Google? YouTube, find that information. In the morning, we were challenged to find that information for us to be able to have to be able to make the informed decisions. I'm going to ask for 2 contributions or 2 takeaways from the Wiz Talks we've just had, and then we're going to move on swiftly into the next session. 2 takeaways in case there's anything that stands out for you. It's perfectly fine. All right, there we go. I'm going to ask for one from one of the children. We have some children with us here. Kuna watoto wako hapa, nimewaambia kwamba mna maswali mazuri sana na mna maoni makubwa sana. For those who don't understand what I'm saying, I was saying I've been told that we have kids here who also have some questions, and they also have something to say. So whatever language that they'll share in, I'll also translate if it's Swahili. The other ones, Karibu sana.
Praise God. First of all, this session was absolutely sumptuous. So our facilitator is asking a question, what must we do? I wanted to just build on something that was happening in the previous session. I said two things, that we need to act structurally and think long term. That last talk on unity emphasized the power of intentionality, pulling us together. One of the things that we, this generation that's sitting around here, must do is to share with you some of the structures that you can work through. One of them are those government and political structures that young Dorcas talked about. And I've asked for Dorcas because I need to, Doris, young Doris talked about. And I've asked to talk to Doris at some point. I'd like to connect. You just mentioned the African Union, African Free Trade Area, and so on. This is absolutely critical, because those who are at the moment controlling the agenda are working through these structures. So here's one shocker. Up to now, the African Union is 86% funded through the African Development Bank. But you find out who the true shareholders of the African Development Bank is, and it isn't Africa, even though it's called African Development Bank. You will trace that financial institution right back to World Bank, to IMF, right back to the Bretton Woods institutes, that whose functions we appear to not, as if we can't do without, but who continue to have the voice, because that poor voice is structurally at the bottom. So we need to share that information. So lastly, in sharing that information, for instance, we just discovered, okay, Dr. Harumaye was trying to figure out in his mind where we met. So we talked. Then he finally remembered that we actually met because we are part of a cabinet, an Africa cabinet, for what is called Empowered 21. Empowered 21 is a movement from one section of the church, largely the Pentecostal church, one of the largest movements. It's got a youth initiative. Now, you're saying, where's the media? So where are we? Because we don't have that information. We just talked here. Empowered 21 has a youth network that is massive. But sometimes we're talking to ourselves. We're preaching to the choir. And our audience, we're talking to each other about our audience that's not listening to us. That's all I would like to say. Work structurally. Think long term. But we must identify the structures. We take the blame because we're not sharing those structures with you. You also are not creating the demand. So, but we're now by the fire. Let's do the work.
A hand of applause. We are going to create the demand. We are going to organize. We were told do not agonize, organize. Miss Christine, we're going to go and organize a way to collect structures and make sure that young people know what those are, right? I asked if we could have a child, kama tunaweza kupata mtoto mwenye swali au maoni, anaweza kushare na sisi. Anybody? If you identify as a child, this is not for you. You're a child of God. We praise God for your identity in that position. You're a baby. We are grateful. We're grateful, Kabisa. Who am I? I will not be cancelled. Who am I to deny your right? All right, and with that, we're going to close this session, and then we're going to move on swiftly to the next one. Right before that, we have something to project, but the next session is an honest conversation that is going to be led by Dr. Pete Odera, resident Tanzanian living in Kenya. You know, before, you know, truly, we all belong to every country. That's the truth. So I am Tanzanian, Kenyan, Ugandan. I am South African. I am Zambian. I am Nigerian. Exactly. I actually believe that. I am every country. My passport says something different, but my identity is within each African country. Because before that split, that's exactly who I was. All right.
For granted. Oh, how the small is taken for granted. Unassuming, unimpressive, just a speck, a grain to be tossed aside with just a flick. It's just a seed, or so they think. The power of life, the continuity of the cosmos lies in the power of the seed. Within it, a world like no other, a world that cannot be seen, waiting to be experienced, unleashed. Within it, destinies remain hidden, thrones kept safe, dreams are shielded. It's just a seed? No, this is destiny. This is life. This is generations. This is the future. Oh, African child, do not keep your eyes shut. Let not the unjust straitjacket of your past keep you stuck in no man's land. Do not be ignorant of your strength, your power. Oh, African child, know that it is time for the seed to grow. It is in the now that you must sow. Plant the seed, nurture it in the soil of love, watered with passionate optimism, intelligence and wisdom, exposed to the ever-bright sun of endless opportunity, determination, unity and resilience, committed to birthing empires of excellence. No longer should you wither in the unknown, unsure about your place and the quality of your seed, uncertain and doubtful about what you bring to the table. Child, you are the table, so plant your seed and watch it grow. It is time. It is time for the African giants to rise and take their place. The baobab, strong and unshaken by the east winds, unmoved by the tsunami, started as just a seed. No one knows, and no one will know who you are when you remain unplanted. No one can see what you are when you're not operating in the realm of assignment. A seed without soil, water, and sun remains that, just a grain, a speck to be tossed aside. But when you are planted, when you are exposed to the right environment, positioned in the place of birth, you see, they will snigger and laugh. Because when you are planted, positioned in the soil, they will see you no longer. But oh, African child, they have no idea and neither do you. But destiny knows that there are roots within you waiting to burst forth, that there is a stem, strong, bold, and steady, within you, waiting to break free from the topsoil and shake the world around it. There is a whole new expression of you waiting to be manifested unto the earth. The time for planting is now. And as you plant, uproot all weeds, remove all elements that you do not need. The time for the African destiny is upon us. So rise. It is time. O African child, plant your seed.
Thank you very much to the presenter of that piece. And thank you also to Ellie. Ellie, please stand up. Behind our media team, Ellie put the video together. Thank you very much. But that's the next session, and as we prepare for the next session, please let's have the 5 tables, the 5 chairs here as we welcome Mr. Odera. But as they do that, yes, these ones here. I think, guys, gentlemen, you Ugandans, you are shining. Eh? Guys, Tanzanian. Okay, thank you very much. We shall not be left behind. But the next session, we're going to be talking about planting and multiplying the seeds of wisdom in Africa, right? Planting and multiplying the seeds of wisdom in Africa, right? And so as we are getting ready for the session, I'd like you to, I'm just going to ask, I'd like 2 people, just 2 people. What do you believe the Africa, when we're talking about the seed, what do you believe that seed is? What is that seed? Tunafikiria. Some of us are thinking about maize seeds, castor seeds, bean seeds. What is a seed? What is a seed? Let's think about it. We have a hand here.
Good afternoon. So when I think of a seed, I'm taking back to the conversation that was had in the morning about going back to the source and how it was put, it was going back to what is the source of our identity. So as a kingdom leader, when I think of a seed, I think of my kingdom identity. I think of that thing that brings, not thing, the being that brings who I am. So when I think of a seed, I think of God.
I'm hearing like not expected, but a hand of applause for her, tafadhali. Absolutely. One last, here we go. Now, I'm going to do something that I generally never get to do when I'm hosting conversations. And I'm going to ask, do we have a gentleman in the room? We've had a lady. Do we have a gentleman? Mr. Moses, I am going to come to you.
Thank you. A seed is something that germinates. It's something that has to die before it gives into a new life. It's a place where death transforms to life, and it all happens in darkness. So basically, that's a seed.
But you see, me, I was in the spirit when I was speaking. Eh? Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you, now my moderator came right here. You know what they say about Kenyans? You don't have to call them. He's here. Where you want me to get fired, sir? But anyway, jokes aside, a massive round of applause to Dr. Pete Odera, who is going to moderate our panel for this afternoon.
Thank you so much, my sister. I live in Tanzania northern Tanzania. Where I live is literally about 85, 90 kilometers from the Tanzania border in the Kenya side. But I say in 1884, I was able to cross over with no problems whatsoever. So I want to agree with my sister. I want us to do a quick exercise. As I call up the panelists. Our panelists are fantastic panelists. We have Dr. Huruma Nkone, who is here with us. Please come. I'm going to ask Pastor Moses Msubuga to come as well. I want to ask Dr. Sibeso Luswata to come from Zambia. Please take a seat. And finally, the youngest of our panelists today is Sharon Komino, who I hijacked. Please come. You all take a seat here as we do this quick exercise. A quick exercise. All of you have in front of you a pencil. You all have a pencil. Very good. On the table in front of you, you probably have a sharpener. Do you have a sharpener on your table? Somebody borrowed it forever. Please return it. All of you have a notepad. Every one of you, somewhere on your table, there's a notepad that looks like this. Yes? Correct? And some of you, like me, who is a true Kenyan, came with superior technology, MacBook or something like that. There's Macs and then there's computers. Everybody in this room has a mobile phone. Everybody in this room. Now, let me ask you one question about all those items you have, including this one that I'm holding. Was any of those manufactured here? Look at the sharpener. You'll see a little tag. It says something, made in Tanzania, right? Check. Where was it made? Look at the pencil. Where does it say it was made? Your notepad, what does it say on the top? Sheraton. What does your phone say? So here's my question. We're talking about seeds. Today we're discussing planting seeds of wisdom. Let me plant a seed. Every time I speak in this microphone, Sidney Shore and his estate makes money. This is not a Tanzanian microphone. It's not a Kenyan microphone. It was made by the Shore brothers. One was named Sydney. When we say 4 Points by Sheraton, J.W. Marriott and his family make money because they're the ones who own the Sheraton brand. If you talk about laptops and others, that goes to Jobs Wozniak and whatever his name is and company called Apple. If you talk about, my question is, jamani wa Afrika, jamani, hata kalamu, even a pencil is not ours. Are you seeing where I'm going? Nothing we're using, the hotel we're standing in, is not ours. I want us, as we plant these seeds of wisdom, as we interrogate the minds of the people sitting in front of us, we're going to ask them some questions about the wonderful ideas that were postulated by my lovely sister here. I want us to think seriously about this thing, because if we cannot produce a pencil to use in our conference, we haven't begun. We can shout as loud as we want to and clap thunderously and say, yeah! But have we produced a pencil? I didn't hear a loud amen. I didn't hear a Christian shouting. I didn't hear people clapping. No, you don't have to. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm saying that because I want us to really seriously think about what we're here to do. So in our panel, we have these fantastic minds coming from different spaces. Allow me to introduce them. I'll start with the youngest because she's the one I waylaid last. We had lunch with her, and she began asking me questions. Sharon Comino is a digital marketer, but she works in insurance. In Reliance Insurance. She will tell us a little bit more about that in a minute. I met Dr. Sibeso Luswata in my home country, in Ethiopia, my home country. And we've interacted since. Pastor Moses Nsubuga, who's with the VCC in Uganda, I met also in my home country in Ethiopia, and we've had a great time. And then I've only seen Dr. Ruman Kone today with the VCCT Mbezi. We're going to talk about the seeds. I'm going to ask them some questions today, but I'd like them just to go down the panel. Brief introduction, maybe 1 minute, each one of us, just 1 minute, a brief introduction. I've said who you are, but what makes you tick? What gives you, what are you passionate about? Why are you here? Go ahead. Ladies first. Oh, such gentlemen. Go ahead.
Is it on?
It is.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sharon Comino. I'm a kingdom leader. I know Mama will be happy, Mama Kristen, starting to introduce myself as a kingdom leader. So I am a kingdom leader. I'm a digital and a strategist. I work with different brands, and for now I work at Reliance Insurance Company as a digital and brand manager. I'm here to learn, to get wisdom, and to just learn more about Africa, because what we get on the digital space is mostly the Western part and what the Western are brainwash us about Africa. But I'm here really to learn from the elders in the fireplace more about Africa and the African wisdom, and also to grow and utilize this knowledge in the digital space. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Dr. Smith.
Yes. My name is Siveso Luswata. I'm from Zambia, as you heard. And my grace has been and continues to be working with children and young people. I've worked for UNICEF for 30 years. I've retired from UNICEF as the Chief of Education. I'm now back in Zambia. And of course, as you tell, I also love the Lord. I love the indigenous work going on in Africa. So my perspective that I'll be sharing actually will come from both the biblical perspective and also the indigenous, African indigenous perspective on learning how to live.
Moses, I am married. I came with my wife. You've probably seen her. Just making sure she's safe. Anyways, we pastor a church in Uganda, in Kampala, VCC, and so I carried an army here. And could you guys stand up? Yeah. So those are our church members, our church elders behind there. They say they will follow me wherever I go. So, but me and my wife last year we did something with Mama Christine that to this day we say changed our whole life. And it was the Kingdom Investors course that we did with her, and that took us into something else. And when we went through this, we discovered how to actually put our dream, not only to test, but to reality, to functioning. And through that, we started a real estate company with my wife last year in December. Today, we have 2 properties in Muyenga. So we thank God. My wife is a realist, something like that. I am a big dreamer. I don't think about reality. So my wife will want me to tell you that it's the lower part of Muyenga. I would want you to think that it's the Muyenga. Because my dream is to make it the Muyenga, part of the Muyenga. But anyways, I'm also a rehabilitation specialist. I specifically in drugs and addictions. That's a whole story. We need to talk. But for 10 years, I've been helping people who are addicted to drugs and alcohol, myself being a testimony. Yes. And lastly, I'm a national partner of a church planting movement called East West. They've planted about 230,000 churches around the world. So I'm a national partner in Uganda for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name's Horoman Kone, and I'm a pastor of the Assemblies of God Church here in Dar es Salaam. We are renowned as a youth congregation, reaching out to students and young people. And we are also having our local name because we have several Assemblies of God congregations here in Tanzania. Our name is Victory Christian Center Tabernacle. That's our name, Victory Christian Center Tabernacle. And ever since God called me, I graduated as an architect from the university, and straight I went to a full-time ministry. And this is like over 27 years ago. And I've been passionate for young people, especially for university students. That's the area which we have been working with ever since we stepped into the full-time ministry. And our church now, over maybe 80% are the young people under 35 years of age. And we are now feeling that God is calling us to church planting, not only in the country. We've been doing church planting in the country for many years, but now we are hearing some guidance from the Holy Spirit. There's a season for us to begin looking out to go to other nations and plant churches. And we believe what's going on in the world as we see that the center of gravity of the gospel is now shifting to Africa, very specifically to sub-Saharan Africa. We believe that we'll be part of this movement and the wave of the Holy Spirit and be the custodian of the gospel in this season of time. And we are building a sanctuary, and God, when he gave us this instruction, he specifically told us it will be an apostolic center, a place of sending out young people to plant churches in many, many parts of the world. And I believe in my heart now, Africa has a story to tell the world. From Africa to the world, we have a story. I'll be, by the grace of God, I'll be a chairperson. I'm a chairperson of this Logos Hope ship most of you know about. It's coming in the next 3 weeks in the country. And they asked me to be the chairperson of the preparation committee. And when they were asking me to do so, I told them it's my first time to do this work. Would you give me some guidances? They told me that Africa has a story. We want you to share your story to the world. So I'm so grateful to be here this afternoon to share some little bit experience of my ministry, and thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Dr. Pete Odera. I've been in ministry for over 30 years. I was a pastor of the Waterbrook Church in Nairobi up until last year, where I resigned as the senior pastor, and in order to do what I am stepping into, which is leading the Ixos Institute, a leadership building center. But a lot of people know me as a musician, as I wear several hats. I'm an author as well. But the other thing I do is I run a radio show called Good Morning Africa, where I feature once a week a music magazine with various musicians from all over Africa and the African diaspora. Our main audience is in the United States. We broadcast out of San Diego in California. So I'm a broadcaster as well. And it is in that capacity that I've come today to interrogate the minds of the people here. I'm going to assume that we do not come all from a Christian background. I want us to already begin to view ourselves as we are speaking to the African continent outside of this room. My first question to us on the panel is this: what are these seeds of wisdom, and how do we plant them? We've been talking about the Africa Wisdom Summit. We are assuming that we possess this wisdom. What are these seeds of wisdom? How would you describe in 1 or 2 minutes these seeds of wisdom, and how do we plant them? 2 minutes, everybody. Maybe that's something we can go up and down.
I think it's the knowledge that you get from wisdom might come from so many places. One might take wisdom from the Bible, and wisdom might also come from your parents, the struggles of life. So the seeds of wisdom for me are the nuggets that I get from the Bible and the mentors that are mentoring me in my life, and also the nuggets that I get in my daily life as the struggles that I conquer every day.
I think so far, most of the time, wisdom has been defined in knowledge terms and in education terms. But one of the things is that as I was preparing to come here and I started thinking about Africa wisdom and the word wisdom, I looked basically and said, wow, what is this wisdom? I think probably it's the same question that Sister Christine had. And I was saying, most of the time we go to school, and I have been an educator, my doctorate is in education, everything, and as I said, I work with children and young people, has always been to pass on the knowledge. But one of the biggest gaps that we have had is actually this wisdom. And for me, the wisdom looks at issues of values, issues of morals, issues that the Africans, everybody has talked about the African fireplace. What was happening there was actually the curriculum in the African sense and in the biblical sense was about learning how to live. It wasn't a mathematics class, it wasn't a science class, it wasn't an English class. So it's, to me, the wisdom and the knowledge is actually what is outside the math, science, and the curriculum as we know it for all of us who are in this room. And that's how I would look at it. And therefore, when we will come to further discussions, and being somebody who has the grace of working with children, I was so glad when you mentioned to say that there were children who are going to talk to us. I was saying, wow, where are they? Because I learned quite a lot from the children. And I was telling some people over lunch hour that to me, actually, even when we are talking about raising leaders, we are talking about raising leaders from the time they are in the womb. Because even the Bible says, before you were formed in your mother's womb, I knew you. The African indigenous studies also, there are a number of studies that have been done. We just had a book launched in 2022, beginning of 2023 in Zambia, by Dr. Inonge Mbikusi-Wanika. And it shows a lot of Zambians, also Zambian communities, they are looking at that, and the way we are looking at wisdom is what was happening even to the mother before the baby was born. Even the music, if for example, Dr. Pete, in the house there is music going on, the baby that is in the womb listens to that music. We are talking about brain development. So we are beginning with the children themselves. So wisdom starts from there. It's not the typical curriculum that we saw on our timetable. Thank you.
I think to me it is something has to do with the decision making. That is the skills, the knowledge which helps people to make the proper decisions, which develops their lives, it develops their societies, and something I think we all of us need it. We need in the church, we need in the marketplaces, that our people, all of us together as Africans, we should be able, with the wisdom that guides us in making proper decisions, that develops us, makes us to see that we are progressing to the things which makes and adds value to our continent. So I would say those are skills that we need to have them for decision making. Those are the seeds which I believe Africans we need to have. Thank you.
Yeah, I come from an Islamic background, and while in school, in the Islamic school, one of our teachers would always encourage us to read the book of Proverbs. And this is in the Bible. And he told us that's a wise book. When you read Proverbs, you will get wisdom. We read that book of Proverbs and still didn't understand it. And to this day, many Muslims read this book. They still do not understand it or even get wisdom from it. So like Proverbs 1:7 says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. For me, I think when I met Christ, then everything started to make sense. And that's where it starts from. Yeah.
Excellent. We had lunch with three of you, and there was some lively discussion, especially from Sharon. I want to say something. You know, Dr. Dennis, who I've known for, he's the person I've known for almost 30 years now. We've had such a fantastic relationship. He said something here in the morning. He said that there used to be a fireplace, and that fireplace disappeared. I want to prefer, to use Bishop Banda's language, I want to prefer an alternative thought about that. There is a proverbial fireplace. It has just changed. The fireplaces have different names. The names that are Facebook and TikTok and Instagram. And those fireplaces, we said there are no wazees there. The mzees, the wazee, wame. No, they are wazees. And those wazees are called Zuckerberg and Musk. And they're the ones who are instructing our children. That's where the fireplace moved. I want to take this further, really just bouncing off of what the bishop said. The West played a significant part in Africa's story. And I remember saying this to you at lunchtime and saying, was wheat mixed with tares in the seeding of our continent? And is it possible for us to reimagine a future emancipated from colonial hangovers? I don't know if my question is clear. Is it possible for us to reimagine, you know, almost every country, only two countries, three countries in Africa, two countries in Africa were not colonized. Every other country was colonized. And there was a continual river of British colonialism only broken by Tanzania. If you come from South Africa going all the way to Egypt, the only break of British colonialism was Tanzania. That was the only thing that was preventing a full river, a full road going from Cape Town to Cairo. So my question is it possible for us to reimagine an Africa? Because the West played 1884 was significant. We are speaking in English, you know, and not Luganda or whatever, or Swahili. So that's my question. In becoming Africa, was the wheat mixed with tares? And my bigger question is, can we reimagine an Africa? Can we begin to reimagine an Africa free of colonial hangovers and shackles? Anybody can go.
Okay. I think, yes, we can, and we spoke about this. We have to really be intentional and visionaries and united. And we should stop thinking that English is a level of intellectual. And I think the Bantu languages that we understand each other. As you said, Luganda, I can speak Swahili, but you can also understand some of the words in Luganda. But it is not really about the language. It is about breaking the barriers and about understanding that we are one, and also creating the values starting from our families. For example, bringing the fireplace, and as we said, the Facebook and the museums, Elon Musk and Twitter and stuff like that. I think we don't even, the kids nowadays have fun when they're 2, 3, and their level of focus and attention is reduced because of the technology. So we could start there. We could start in our families, and we could start telling them that we are Africa. We're not Kenyans, we're not Tanzania. Yes, we are Tanzania, but we are one, and starting to unify ourselves and identify as one, and not create barriers and boundaries between ourselves, and also embrace our languages and embrace our culture. I think that should be the way forward.
And just to add to Sharon is saying, is that one of the things is that I think in the morning there was a comment that came from this side. I can't remember the name of the young lady who commented in terms of looking at the African literature and understanding ourselves. One of the things is that, yes, when education and colonialism came, there was a mixture. It was indicated in the morning that we gained quite a lot. We are not saying everything that came from the West was bad. We did gain some things, but then there was a mixture in that somebody came and said you can only have education defined in a certain way. And then you throw away even the useful things that were African. So like one of the things right now, as I indicated when I was defining wisdom, I'm looking at learning how to live. Basically, that should be the curriculum, is learning how to live. It's not coming with a defined science, mathematics, and other things. Even when they brought mathematics, if you do the analysis of your curriculum in mathematics, they always say most of the Africans are not good in mathematics. But it's very interesting in that if you do the analysis, you find that they will start with you from a line. And then when you go to somebody like in the Zulu community, they started with the circle and the sphere. And that's how our buildings were done. So the mathematics we are using, we are starting from there as the simple to the most complex would be linear. But when you go into mathematics now, in your curriculum, you are starting with a line. And they say that's the simple one, and then you go to the circular and the sphere. So everything was upside down. It was done upside down. So yes, so it is, yes, it is mixed in that sense. That the good was brought, yes. But then the good that was in Africa, you were doing things in a certain way. You had your round heart, and nobody considered that you are supposed to learn from the known to the unknown. I mean, from the known to the unknown. Yeah. But in this case, they actually reversed. Yeah. So therefore, you're not going to perform as well as the person who is beginning from the linear, because that's part of their life, everyday life. So even in your own current curriculum, when we do curriculum reviews, we don't look at those things. And somebody can sit somewhere else and they can conceptualize sexuality education, and they conceptualize it from somebody else's perspective, not your own perspective. And then unfortunately it comes, and then the meeting is held in Tanzania, Zambia comes to that meeting, Malawi comes to that meeting, and it's passed. So yes, there is a mixture, and yes, there is a flaw in that kind of thinking and in that way of doing business. Therefore, definitely, the Africans must take a stand, and our own pedagogy, our own way of thinking must be integrated in there. And there's nothing difficult about doing that. And the Africans can do it. The people I have seen in this room, the young people I have seen in this room, I know the young people can do it. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. There is nothing you cannot do, because there is so much that you have been able to do.
Help us reimagine, help us. Can we reimagine an Africa without the colonial baggage?
Yeah. I would like to use a tool that I came across. It's called the Barrett Value Center. It has a way it breaks down everything, if you could put that up. And now, this Barrett model, it has this wall pyramid, and it says everyone under 4, there is one thing they have in common, irrespective of who they are. For example, it says 1 at 1 is in survival, and there's a fear there, and the fear is that they don't have enough. And the one who is in number 2, the fear is that they don't feel loved enough. Yeah, so he gets the other part, the other pyramid, and he makes it into this one. Now, the power here, he says that the moment you are living with fear, regardless of where you're going to find yourself, if you may not be in survival, but the fear is you're not loved enough. You may not be loved enough, but the fear is that you are not enough yourself. So you need power, authority, and this is where we have presidents who want to be in power forever.
Yes.
Now, it says that you cannot overcome that until you hit transformation, and this comes down to the question: how can we reimagine this? Yeah, and for me, I think it starts with transformation. And when you ask the question, where does salvation start? It starts with transformation. We are transformed into a new man. And we learn that we have not been given the spirit to fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. Now, this is the life of a Christian. It's without fear. And I'm sorry, but let me conclude this. I think that's what was brought to us. We can call it everything we want to call it, but we were introduced to the spirit of fear, and we were kept there. We break it, and after we're transformed, then we can find our meaning of our existence. We can then make a positive difference in Africa. We can then selflessly serve each other. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. We should take an altar call right now. Altar call.
Who has the spirit of fear? We can cast it out.
Dr. Ruma,
Yes.
really quickly.
Thank you. I would add on what Dr. Pastor Moses
You've
have
been
said.
given a doctorate automatically.
I have just said, I agree 100% with what he's sharing here. And to add on that, I would say also there's an importance of transformation of the minds of Africans. Because the Bible says that as the man thinketh in his heart, so he is. We're the product of ourselves. Because I go to a restaurant with my family, and I take my friends who are with a different color from mine. When we go to the restaurant and I am the one to pay the bill, the waiter will automatically go to my guest and ask for the payment, because he or she does not see me capable of paying the bill. So it has to do with the mindset. And we need to break stronghold of the mindset of Africanism.
Yeah.
That's all about transformation. That's my contribution.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
So we need to pay the bill.
Oh, yes. we can. And we should know that we're capable to choose the life we want to live. Our sons and daughters enjoy their life even in the land of Africa.
Excellent.
That's what I believe.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I want to bring us quickly to a close because we're quickly running out of time. I have a couple of more questions, but I sometimes have problems. My youngest daughter is 21. And sometimes I was talking to her earlier today on the phone. And some of you are saying, yeah, no, my youngest daughter is 21. She is.
That needs to sink in.
Okay, let's let that sink in. Yeah. No, I just turned 54. I just turned 54 2 weeks ago. So God has blessed my wife and I with 2 wonderful daughters. That is not the point. My point is this. We sometimes clash. We live in the same house. I raised this child, but sometimes we're not communicating. So here's my question. I was speaking with Christine the other day, Madam Christine Musisi, and she spoke, and I will write notes when I'm with her sometimes. And she said this: we cannot reach our goals disconnected. That's a tweetable, tweetable X. That's tweetable. We cannot reach our goals disconnected. And I'm finding myself sometimes struggling to communicate with my 21-year-old daughter. How do we invite the generations older and younger into our respective fireplaces? How can we bring Sharon into Dr. Huruma's space? And how can we bring Dr. Huruma into Sharon's space? Because I learn from my children. Today I was at the tea break, I was with a young lady from Uganda, one of your Yaeri, and she told me something amazing about her name and what it means and what the female version and the male version of it. I was enlightened, and she taught me. So she invited me into her space and I was learning. So I was taking something upwards. The mzee was being taught by the youngster, just by example. So I want to say, how do we invite the generations? How can Sharon sit next to you, Dr. Huruma? And Sharon, maybe you can answer, how can we bring Dr. Huruma to Dr. Sveso's space?
Can I begin?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think the whole thing is balance and negotiation should be the bottom line of the discussion, because I believe there's no any culture, being the youth culture or the old culture, that is right, because everything keeps on changing with the time. And Sharon can come to my world if she can understand where I am. I can go to her world if I understand what she is into. And the compromise, the negotiation can bring a balance between. And I think because I've been working with young people for over 24 years now, I have an experience. In the church world, we struggle to accommodate young people because their language is not our language sometimes. And the mindset sometimes is not our mindset in the church. But I've tried. I'm not doing it to the perfect way, but I'm trying the best I can to sometimes understand them with their world, how they speak, how they talk, and how they want to express themselves, without ignoring that they have their own season, they have their own culture, and I have mine. So to me, if I would make a contribution on that, it's balance, because the Bible says in Ephesians 4:8 that whatever is pure, whatever is excellent, whatever is acceptable, let's think of it. So as long as it does not go against the word of God, against the normal life which we are in our context, we can see now that's too much, it's gone too far. I think it should be accepted from my point of view. Otherwise, if we don't go to that balance, we may find either the old generation, they're left behind too far, and the young generations are too much ahead of us, which will not make a stable society and community. So that's what I think it should be.
Sharon, I'm coming to you. You said something at lunchtime about the older people. What did you say to me?
I said it's easier for us to listen to them, but it's hard for them to also listen to us and also accept our contributions. They think maybe we act like we know too much or we're being too naive, but they don't want to listen, or we're not being too respectful. So to answer your question, I think the older generation needs to be open-minded, that our generation is so different from yours. So to create a trust space, a safe space, so that we are able to communicate, create a space that you can trust us and we can trust you. And also the respect is there. We respect you, and we are here to listen and learn from you. But also, you also have to be open-minded and hear us.
Wazee, have we heard? We haven't heard.
We didn't hear.
Anything to add, Dr.
Yes, please. I think there's one thing that you mentioned. You mentioned the digital space. You mentioned Facebook and other things. And those are some of the areas in which a typical African like myself, old African like myself, we are not comfortable with.
Yes.
But there is the space we are supposed to use. However, I expect somebody who is a senior citizen like myself to actually have the content and the methodologies that the Africans used. We heard today the power of the parents and what parents did to most of the people who gave testimonies here, how they were impacted in that space. So there is something that the older generation will bring to that space. Instead of having, is it Elon Musk there controlling, is it possible to have in those spaces this conversation that we are having? Because the Africans actually do have a methodology and a pedagogy that has never been talked about. One of the things is that, one of the things that we did in Ethiopia, for example, was to promote child to child as a methodology. Then we discovered that we looked at the textbooks in the Western world and we didn't find it because there they said that would be child abuse. But for Africans, that was one way in which the young people were learning how to cook, they were learning how to sell, they were learning all those skills that we heard Madame was saying here. They learned them through that methodology. And there were elders, not necessarily your biological mother. That's another thing, is that when we are looking at that, it's not, you might not even be, it might not even be possible for you to have that direct conversation with your biological mother. But it is your auntie who was your mother. It was your neighbor female who was your mother that you could be getting that information from. How do we get that information and that content and place it on the new fireplace that Dr. Pete was talking about? So that's one practical way in which we could actually move forward, because Sister Christine was talking about us being very practical and recommending some ways forward. And definitely we do have that. And there's a lot of information in the literature. If we review the literature that we are looking at, we just read them at times as readers, even in colleges and universities, the African Writers series. But really we don't analyze the wisdom that is in those books. And one of the things is that I have had the privilege to actually just analyze those writings, you know, the river between and things like that. You just read and then answer questions because it's a literature book. But when you look at it, there's so much wisdom. In Chinua Achebe, there's so much wisdom. Even those brothers and sisters who are not necessarily saved, you find African wisdom coming out of those materials.
Fantastic. Moses, anything?
Just reminded.
Do you have a presentation for us as well?
No presentation. I've been thinking from when she spoke, I've been thinking of when David says that, it's actually Paul, but David also says something, but Paul says that though you may have 10,000 instructors, yet you only have one Father. And David says that one day in the Lord is better than 10,000 days elsewhere. I just want to think of that in context, and allow me to be free here. I know there are theologians here and scholars of the word, but I want to imagine that David referred to a Father God who is more experienced, who understands the world, who created the world. He's better at knowing how this world runs and functions than anyone else out there. So the acquirement I receive in him, spending with him one day, will beat what someone else acquires in 1,000 years or 1,000 days elsewhere. And I think this is the idea of the young coming to the old, is we're coming to a people who are experienced are doing life, like our father said. We're coming to a people who have attained wisdom. They have gone before us, like he said, they have made mistakes, and me sitting under them, they are literally carrying 30 years, Dr. Pitt, and handing that to me in a moment like this to propel me into my 30 years at 29 years. And I'm seated here with a wisdom of a 50, 70-year-old at 29. And I don't have to walk that lane to earn that wisdom. I have earned it by patiently listening, waiting, walking with them. So thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. That's so powerful. Let's a round of applause for Pastor. To listen, the patience to listen, the patience to listen. I'm also hearing something because, you know, the younger generation can be seen as impatient. Allow me to, I shared with you a proverb at lunch. Let me share with the, ikiwa huna imani na yule ambaye anapanda mbegu kwa shamba lako, utavuna kweli? Which is to say in English, if you don't trust the person sowing seeds in your farm, can you expect a harvest? Can you expect a harvest? So my fact, because I know we're out of time, we have 5 minutes. How, in a minute each, how do we overcome this cross-generational trust deficit? How do we overcome this cross-generational trust deficit? Because we have young people who are not patient enough to sit and saying, these old people don't know what we're talking about. After all, he can't switch on his own mobile phone. How does he expect to bring anything? How, ladies and gentlemen, do we propose that we can begin to cross this transgenerational trust deficit?
Should I be the first? Thank you. As I said in the beginning, I think balance is important for me. Balance is important for me, that we, you know, all these things we are talking about, they are supposed to happen in a certain context. We may be Tanzanians, but if you are talking Tanzanians, I am coming from the western part of Tanzania, Kigoma. There are some emphasis we have, which maybe the northern Tanzanians, they don't do. And to do something which is compatible, the compatibility of what is it is acceptable. It will not annoy the people, it will not annoy the public and cause the gap and the communication. I think it's something which is, we're talking about the wisdom affairs here. I think it's important that we have a balance, like what I said in Philippians 4:8. We think on the things which are pure, things which are acceptable, things which are clean, things which add value to our societies. But the other thing I would also contribute to now bridging the gap, I think we the old people should not believe that 100% we are correct. Because these things, they continue to change with the time. So slowly we should begin to learn from the Sharon's generation. Like, I'm born in a family of now we're after the death of other people. We've just left 8 of us. In the WhatsApp group, we can say hello, hello. But it's important sometimes I pick up a phone and I call them. And when possible, I visit them. Seeing interface meeting, you can have something more about your sibling, about your parent. In the Western, we can take our parents to the old age homes. But in our context, we stay with them in our homes. I stayed with my father for 7 years until when he went to be with the Lord. See, something which is contextual. So whatever the culture we desire to create, it should be something which is compatible to our context. Not something we just saw it's happening in the Western, and then we copy it to our context. It may bring a problem to our society. That's my contribution. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Anything to add on this end? Dr. Smith?
Yes, I think it was mentioned in the morning, the whole issue of we don't know everything as senior citizens, but there is an issue of a gap in terms of teaching us as well. The parents also need to be taught, because the fact that biologically I'm able to have a child does not necessarily mean that I can be a good parent.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Come on.
Yes, that's right. And so the message has been passed across, yes. So parenting education is important for us on the other side. So we are also ready to learn. Of course, it won't be that easy, because after a certain age, certain things are set.
Yes.
I was just telling my friends over lunch hour to say that in terms of brain development, 95% of what makes you learn, by the time you are 2-3 years, it's done. By the time you start formal education, 95% of the brain is set. The school and the other people can only change 5% of what remains. But the parents, we are also ready to learn. And it's important that we should have programs for parents as well. We are not perfect. The only perfect one is God. But we are ready to learn.
Fantastic.
Pastor Pete,
Yes, Moses.
Borrowing from the two, I see a need from the old and the young, and the old need to meet the young people's needs. The young people need to meet the old people's needs. So there is a need for that to unite. I had a story 2 weeks ago. I think it's quite famous. It's the stone soup story. And this man goes to a village with scarcity, and he's like, I want somewhere to stay. And everyone tells him, you can stay, but we don't have what to eat. He's like, no, don't worry. I don't need what to eat. I have a stone. I have stone soup. And everyone is like, what stone soup? So he tells them, just give me a place to stay and fire. I will make stone soup. And so people are excited. It's like, can you bring... So people are excited. Someone comes, like, what do you need? It's like, can you bring water? Another one, what do you need? Can you bring cabbage? Can you bring salt? Can you bring meat? Can you bring this? And they bring all these things together. He pulls out the stone. He puts it in a pot. And all these ingredients people have brought, and he makes the soup. The entire village eats the soup, and they say, this is the most delicious soup we've tasted. And he tells them, it's not the stone, it's the people. It's the people coming together, working together. A village that was starving provided food for itself. And these young people have what we need. The old have what we need. They have the resources. Mama was saying they have the wallet. They have the purse. We have the energy. We can run the mile. And when we unify, we will go far. Thank you.
Fantastic. 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 Do you have something to add?
Yeah.
Or can we finish it there?
Yes, I actually agree with them. And my addition is just short. It's we should just come together and reignite the fireplace and have conversation there.
Words of the wise, a wise young person. Reignite the fireplace and make some stone soup. The young people have taught us to make some stone soup. Thank you, all members of the panel. We've run out of time. My boss over there is looking at me nervously, but I do want to finish because I think I have 2 more minutes. I do want to finish with a little story. I have a friend. He was a former CEO of the Nairobi Stock Exchange, and the late president of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, he approached the late president of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, one day at the Boulevard Hotel in downtown Nairobi. And he said to the president, Mr. President, you promised during your campaigns that you would bring young people on board. And the president, in his mysterious 77-year-old way, said, Kijana, tukutane uwanjani. Which means, to him, he said, I wonder what does he mean? So my friend Kibi Karedi was very puzzled. He says, what did he mean? In Swahili it says, young man, let's meet in the field. For those who don't speak Swahili, pardon me. So because the late president was a golfer, my friend was asking, did he mean go and play golf? Did he mean let's go and meet in the garden? What did he mean? The president actually meant this. He said he was meaning prove your capacity in the marketplace and in the field, and don't wait for opportunities. There's a saying, and I know I've shared this with, Dr. Dennis has shared this with me. If a young man washes his hands, he will be invited to eat with the elders. And that's where I'll leave it for today. Thank you, panelists. Let's have a round of applause for our panelists, please. My sister Kalila, please come. Oh, photograph.
If a young man or woman washes their hands, they will be invited to Thank you. All right. Another round of applause to this incredible panel. You can directly tell that Dr. Pete is a media person. Eh? Absolutely. Makofi kwao tena. Another massive round of applause. There's a time Pastor Moses Pale was like, hey, altar call. You know, you had to catch yourself. It's like you literally had to pull back. Eh? Willpower. We felt it. But thank you very much. That was an incredible panel. So we're supposed to be having a lunch break, a health break right now. But allow me, I want to make a few changes to the schedule so that we can finish near to time. Right, we're supposed to be closing at 17:50 there, 17:50. But I'd like to push it so that we're closing at exactly 800 hours. So that's 10 minutes later than planned. So the panel has finished right now. We're going to skip the health break and we're going to have it towards the end. Basically, that means after we're done, you'll go down, get your snack, get your meal, and then you will exit and prepare for tomorrow. But right now, we're going to have the incredible Dr. Bugoya come and speak to us, and he's going to speak for a few minutes. And then right after that, we're going to have a book launch of Black Like Me, right? So again, it's going to be, we're still having an amazing few conversations to be had. So do not, what's the word? Do not lose energy. I can see a few people in the back are starting to shift. I'm seeing you lean a little bit lower in your chairs. I'm going to ask you to sit upright. You know, they say when you're listening, you can tell if a person is listening or not. Please sit upright. There we go. Thank you very much. You actually did it. Well done. All right, where you are, I'm going to ask you to just stretch your hands across and just stretch a little bit. It's been a lot of information. Just stretch a little bit. Put your hands up, hands up, hands up. For all the doctors in the room, this is my application to a doctorate. Health, right. All right, so where you are, just stretch your legs, stretch your legs, just flex your feet a little bit. Flex your feet, we're not gonna stand, just stretch your neck, right? Just move around, move around. Okay, now let's do the shoulders. Work on those shoulders. Shoulders back, shoulders back, shoulders back, right? Shoulders forward, shoulders forward. We're going to do the final exercise, and we're going to invite Dr. Bugoya. I'm going to ask you to exercise your cheek muscles, so smile. Big smile, come on, give it to me. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Moses, you did not smile, but it's okay. Oh, there we go, diligence. Well done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause for Dr. Bugoya, who is going to be, you're going to be there, and that's very fine. He's going to do it from his fireside place, all right? And we shall pay attention.
Dr. Otieno, there is another translation of that call for meeting in the field, but polite company and wisdom stops me from saying that other translation. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I should say few brothers and sisters, because mostly are really sons and daughters. Let me start by making an apology. When I was preparing notes for these presentations, I wasn't thinking of this audience. I thought I would be speaking to mostly people who are the age of my older children, but I didn't think that it would be the younger and possibly even grandchildren. So please don't think I'm patronizing. I only mean that if I knew I was speaking to such a dynamic group, I would have prepared a more focused and more relevant presentation. And let me also apologize for I cannot definitely match the oratory of the African preachers, because those are special, whether on the continent or in the diaspora. You know, African preachers, and you know, there's no match for them in oratory. I believe my presence, and please, I'm not doctor, please. I'm not Dr. Bugoya, I'm just Walter Bugoya, okay? Let's just clear the deck, you know, because, you know, this kind of taking over things that you don't deserve is not on. I believe Dr. Sokile was responsible for my being here. And he thinks I'm wise. Extraordinary. Me? Wise? Are you serious? But anyway, so since I respect him highly, I guess I must be wise, you know? I'm wise. I'm wise, eh? Okay. So now I think I must do something, because I shouldn't embarrass him. I mean, he obviously believes in me, and if I embarrass him, I probably might not be invited again. Yeah. So I thought also to think of what would qualify me to be wise. I think two things are clear. First is my white hair. You know, white hair, mzee, sio? Okay. The next thing, despite my struggle to remain youthful looking, and this is a work in permanent progress, there's no longer any doubt that time has taken its toll, and it's futile for me to go on thinking I'm not mzee. Furthermore, and with due respect to other wazee, White hair and a bent back do not by themselves spell wisdom. There are a lot of unwise old men and women out there, so many that if I had to choose between them and some young hip-hop artist, I mean among the serious hip-hop artists, not those who are so preoccupied with the three-letter word, I would probably choose the hip-hop artist. At least on that one, I think I'm with you. A possible other claim to wisdom is that I have been in the business of book publishing for 51 years, and that in the African publishing landscape is some resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa, our continent, is not merely a geographical entity. And I prefer to discuss Africa in terms of its people, us, on the continent, and those in the diaspora whose roots are in Africa. We are the progeny that is connected to a past of diverse but related traditions, languages, and histories. And just as important, if not more so for the present future, we are connected by a commonness of the vicissitudes that a cruel capitalist system visited upon our shores to steal and enslave the best of our people, and that continues to see our continent as by right a source of riches for itself, but not for us its legitimate owners. Within this tapestry, can we find our identity as Africans, a multifaceted identity that carries the echoes of ancient civilizations, of the resilience, the struggles, and the victories of our ancestors, and the vibrance of our contemporary societies on the continent and wherever else we happen to be. I want to especially point out the great victory of the Haitian black General Toussaint Louverture, who fought and defeated Napoleon's army to set up the first independent black state and nation in 1884. The Haitian revolution was not only momentous significance to the African slaves in the Caribbean, it contributed in considerable measure to the French Revolution of 1879 and to 1889, checked Napoleon's imperialist ambitions, and inspired the abolition and anti-colonial movement. 96 years later, in 1900, it inspired the first Pan-African Conference, and we know those conferences were behind the independence movement that led to Ghana's independence in 1957 and the other countries that followed in the 60s. Oh, you're very kind. Oh gosh, this is nice. That's also an advantage of being old. People carry tables for you. This gathering is called Wisdom Summit. But what relevance and significance is wisdom in contemporary Africa today? Why do we gather here to discuss it? In today's rapidly changing world, where technological advancement and globalization have brought both opportunities and challenges, indeed even calamities of an existential nature to the planet as a whole, where else do we anchor ourselves, if not in the wisdom that has sustained us for centuries, and in the hope that, we believe that we shall overcome, if not now, someday. We are presently at a crossroads and must boldly interrogate ourselves and come to an agreement about whether our traditional values and modern aspirations cohere, and even more self-critically, whether we Africans are thinking and acting in a way to give value to our traditions, and to question the modern aspirations that one critically tend to adopt wholesale. Only wisdom can guide us on this quest for self-realization, upon which all other aspirations can be grounded. The question, who are we and what's our place in the world, are inescapable. But we really should never have to interrogate ourselves about who we are, except for the fact that we have already been defined by others, and their definitions that we are inferior to them and are worth only as their servants. So for me, our quest for realization is a practical, strategic issue. Are we prepared to continue to be the hewers of wood and drawers of water for those who have been doing it for centuries? In the Arusha Declaration, Tanzania's policy of socialism and self-reliance, now unfortunately jetsons aside, Mwalimu Nyerere declared, we have been oppressed a great deal, we have been exploited a great deal, and we have been disregarded a great deal. It was our weakness that led to our being oppressed, exploited, and disregarded. Now we want to build about a revolution which will ensure that we are never again victims of these things, end quote. Are we ready to make that revolution? In fact, at the present conjuncture, the question is, do we even dare think? Dare we talk about revolution seriously? Ladies and gentlemen, it cannot be gainsaid that the one that controls the narrative about you and everything else around you will control you and make you do whatever they want you to do. In warfare, this is called hybrid or symmetric war. The foundation of racism and justification for slavery was the propagation of religious and pseudo, and I understand religious is contested terrain, but pseudo-scientific theories of racial superiority and otherness, inferior and subhuman, that comprised black people. Color was elevated to a value of human beings so as to justify their abuse and exploitation. It is still very much alive as evidence on streets in American cities, as well as in Europe, where police brutality against black people is ubiquitous, as most cynically demonstrated by George Floyd's case in the US that shocked the world. Now, while such brutalities are obvious and shocking, the effects of brainwashing indoctrination are deeply ingrained in our psyche and are slowly destroying us. The constant tramping of beauty as the lightness of skin has led many black women and some black men to expose themselves to dangerous chemical concoctions to lighten their skin, resulting in cancers and other health risks. There are other manifestations such as notions of beauty, where thinness is preferred model, where loving oneself has replaced modest moderation and loving thy neighbor. The selfie has taken over the lives of our youth and collecting followers on Facebook and the other TikTok, YouTube, and others. Platforms. All these have almost become life and death obsessions, leading to depression and even suicide among young people when targets of number of followers are not reached. Recently, a young woman proudly told me she had collected 20,000 selfies and she was busily clicking away to the next 1,000. Now, the damage has been ongoing, and the crisis deepens as media moguls invent new tricks and programs to control and manipulate us. And by the way, it is no longer the young people alone who are victims. I struggle every day to minimize time spent on my smartphone and the internet, and to gather my mind to deal with those aspects that relate to my immediate needs. And sometimes I fail and realize I've spent 5 hours on this ridiculous object. Nevertheless, this new terrain of struggle is proving to be the hardest because the internet is so addictive and so imperceptibly so. It is particularly problematic when those in our society who are educated, our middle classes, our petty bourgeoisie, to use another more correct definition, and our comprador class are the ones who encourage their children to engross themselves in playing with these dangerous gadgets. We would have expected them to be at the forefront of the struggle to guide children in society to what is worth watching and for how long. But no, they believe that is the best way to prepare their children for the future, the kind that I hear you guys claiming. But what kind of future? The capitalist consumer culture, when capitalism in its death throes and the chickens are going home to roost. I know families here that are proud that their children do not speak Kiswahili, even as Kiswahili is being taught and studied by many people in the West and the East, and officially the AUs provide African language. And recently there's a trend in our country, maybe it is also in other African countries. More and more individuals are suppressing their traditional family names and using only the so-called Christian names. So James, John, John, Joseph, and so on. It is as if an African name is an embarrassment. Now, those of my generation may be excused because we had no choice. This name, Walter, I did not choose. I was given. In fact, actually, the full name is Walter Scott. So I cut off the Scott, but you know, as I was told, my other name was called a Shenzi name. Now, you know, there are so many subtle and not so subtle practices pointing to the ever pernicious legacy of colonialism. I was happy to hear the anecdote case. Now I wanted to ask him, how about your children? Do they have all African names, or do they too only have an initial? The full name, chapeau, good for you. My children obviously have all African names, there's no question. Now, how do we cut off these fetters that hold us to the many-legged colonial octopus? And how do we hold our leaders who are comfortable as inheritors and perpetrators of the warped mentality of worshiping things foreign, denigrating everything African? Here again, wisdom is the key asset in shaping our identity and values as Africans. Now, this wisdom must seek to habilitate and then integrate traditional values within the school curricula at all levels. Of special importance is the study of our history, reading the works of Africanists who occupy the highest honors as thinkers and proponents of the African Revolution. The writings of W.E.B. Du Bois, Chancellor Williams, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Frantz Fanon, Sharanda Diop, Amilcar Cabral, Agustin Neto, Ibrahim Babu, Wamba Diawamba, and Walter Rodney, whose work, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, brought forcefully home the relation between the poverty and wretchedness of our continent and the enrichment and prosperity of Europe. I take pride in having published this book, which answered one of the most relevant but obfuscated questions of African political economy. There are other historians whose works are important and necessary reading for the emancipation of the land. The great collection of history written by outstanding African historians, the UNESCO General History of Africa in 8 volumes, should be the standard work in African universities, and should also be noted that the work was only possible when there was an African Secretary General at UNESCO, the great Senegalese intellectual Amadou Mahtar Mbow. Decolonizing the mind is Kenyan author Ngugi wa Thiong'o's lifelong theme. It goes without saying that wisdom always challenges us to interrogate and confront our own demons. confront the prejudices and biases that still linger within our societies, confront the uproot sexism that bottles up the energies and talents of the other half that holds up the sky, the African women. It challenges us to address the corruption, inequality, and injustice that are daily being committed against our people. It calls us to act with integrity and empathy. It calls us to make Ubuntu a daily lived philosophy. Now, I want to end up by quoting Mwalimu Nyerere in a speech he made in Ghana on 6th March, in which he stated, "Without unity, Africa has no future." Those 6 words sum it all up. All the preoccupations of the Wisdom Summit will only find solution in the unity of our continent. But even in this unity, survival of African people will rest on the shoulders of committed, progressive men and women, and not of the looters, puppets, and their foreign mentors and manipulators. We know all too well what transpires in many African leaders' conferences. More time on protocol and self-congratulations, such as the show that ECOWAS is playing in the situation in Niger and Sahel region, where young militant Africans are saying no to continued French exploitation and military presence. So African unity is only realizable through Pan-Africanism. And Pan-Africanism is driven by people at the grassroots, and from the above, and not from the above has been the case so far. There have been 7 such conferences, and the first one that took place on African soil was 1974 here in Dar es Salaam. And as you know, the driving force of the Pan-African movement was from the Caribbean and the United States. Friends, I believe Africans must talk, and talk without sometimes the limitations of politeness. I want to say to Dr. Simpemba, that I was very, very disturbed by a statement in the morning. And I'll tell you why. That you could equate slavery in Africa with the trans-African slave trade is something I can't understand. I can't understand, because nowhere in Africa would you have 15 million people taken in the dungeons on ships across the Atlantic, with many of them trying to throw themselves in the sea so they could avoid the end. And then say, in Africa there was also slavery. Yes, there was slavery in Africa, in Ghana. Yes, there was slavery in many countries, in Europe. The difference that all these slaveries have was that they don't have the component of race. Everywhere there were slaves, but they were human beings. In America, they were not human beings. They were commodities to be exposed of as the master wished. There's nowhere in Africa that this took place. And I heard this also from Museveni. And at one time, Museveni was a friend of mine. Yes, because he was in Dar es Salaam, he used to come make his phone calls in my office. And at that time he was a Marxist-Leninist. And his worldview was entirely different. Now to hear Museveni so cavalier writing off slave trade and reparations, I said, what gallery is he playing? King Leopold II. This monster, when he came and took the Hey, my friend, did you confuse my papers? Thank you. He took the Congo Free State in 1880. At that time, there were 20 to 30 million Congolese. By the time he left, the Free State went to the Belgian state. There were only 12 million Congolese. That genocide has never been recognized. All other genocides put together do not, oh, what is wrong with this? Do not come to anywhere. You know, the practice of cutting people's hands because they had not fulfilled their quota for rubber, and collecting hands and making models for chocolate in Belgium. That's what happened. That's the colonialism that's still going on, because what is happening in Congo today is a continuation of Leopold II. Because the next best thing was Lumumba, and they killed him. And he poisoned that monster called Mobutu Sese Seko. Kukubendi was Upanga, that monster. For how many years? Destruction of Congo. And Congo is the heart of our continent. No doubt about it. And you are still there. So, I'm sorry, my brother. Yes, you can be my brother, actually. You can be my brother. So what is this whitewashing? Why do we want, you know, yes, one of the insults of African people, we have got short memories of our suffering. We are so ready to excuse. Oh yeah, welcome. Karibu sana mzee, karibu mzungu wetu, karibu. You know, I'll give you an example. In 1990, when South Africa was opened up, a Boer from South Africa came to Tanzania. And he was looking evidently they do is mining minerals. So he went to Dodoma, that's where the center for mining is. And he was narrating afterwards and saying, I don't understand these Tanzanians. They fought against apartheid. We made hell for the African people in South Africa. And everywhere I go, I'm so welcomed. People leave their offices to escort me to go and find everything I want. That's the black people. That's what we were told to be. That's how we are manipulated to be. To fear the white man. Exactly. The same thing happened to me. I raised Cain in Cape Town. I went with the whole restaurant, of course, was Wazungu. I was the only black man. And they were with two Swedish fellows. And we sat there, and people passed, and waiters passed, and waiters passed, and nobody would serve to us. So, you know, me, so I said, I called him. And he came slowly, so I stood up, and I said, if you do not come, there'll be trouble here. Of course, the whole Wazungu restaurant is looking at what this black man is going to do. Thought maybe I had a machine gun or something. And I say, haven't you understood that you are free? Haven't you understood that you are free? But you know, I'm ashamed to say that will happen to you in hotels in Dar. And every damn country you go on the continent, it will happen to you if you're black. That's the colonialism we're talking about. That's the pernicious poison that African people will have to find a way to do what? Don't have a verb. To cleanse ourselves of that. And that is struggle. And that starts here. That starts here. and starts also making no compromises with the devil. Cannot be any compromise. That's why I think, now speaking as a little bit of a, please read. And not just read how to make money and how to balance a balance sheet and how to be cool. No. Read and be pained by the suffering of your ancestors everywhere in the continent. Read about Maji Maji, the first genocide in East Africa, where all the Makondes down there, the only way the Germans could defeat them was to burn everything. So the Maji Maji was not destroyed because the African people did not fight. They had pushed the Germans from all the way in Lindi, all the way to the sea. And they had to wait for new armaments, which came with advanced German industry. So the only thing they did was to burn everything, starved people. And they did in Namibia. It is still there. Don't be naive. You young people should stop being cool and be angry. Muda umekwisha. Mbona kila mtu alipewa muda zaidi? Mimi ndio mnataka kunifix. Anyway, thank you very much.
Babangu, nilikuwa nimenogewa nikakupa 12 extra minutes. Nilishindwa kuclose kabisa. Lakini another round of applause. Basically, young people, do not be complacent. Do not be complacent. Good Lord. I apologize to the owner of this mic in my fight against complacency. Do not be complacent. And one of the things that normally comes out of these conferences is we'll have conferences, we'll write nice notes, we'll take good photos, picture banner, we'll do really well, we'll post. By tomorrow, you do not remember. It is forgotten. But then, you'll write in your CV that I attended. Right? One of the things, especially when we're hiring, I normally say, like, I find it very interesting with a lot of young people whenever they send CVs. You'll see that nowadays there's a section of events attended. And it's long. And I'm like, okay, but why isn't it translating? Why isn't it translating? So I pray that we're not just going to be eventpreneurs or event goers. Right? And one way or the other, we're going to take these things and actually make them. Use these conversations. May they stir up a hunger within us to see the change. May that, when we leave here, we're thinking, how do we birth this plant? How do we have these conversations going on? How do we put a reminder in our books to say, I'm going to go back to these notes every week? How am I going to keep myself refreshed? Or am I just going to go home? Today is Thursday. Tomorrow we actually have an activity in the evening, but after that, are we going to go to Wavuvi and completely forget what happened? Right? How do we keep these conversations going? So that's just a little bit of a reminder. Say, let's just be very intentional about taking this forward. Right? Is that okay? Yeah, man. All right. And with that, another round of applause to yourselves for staying all the way here. And so I am going to ask, just so that we prepare for the next or the final activity of this evening, I'm going to ask you to stand up. I'm going to ask you to stand up as you make commitments to yourself to take this forward. And I'm going to ask the audio team to play our song right here, right? Let's play our song. We're going to move a little bit. Please find some space. I do know I'm still promising we're going to finish in time, right? We're going to finish in time. This is part of my agenda. In case you're wondering, oh, she's slipping something in. She's not. All right. Do you remember Africa Wisdom Summit? Africa Wisdom Summit. Aha, now then you say it. 1, 2, 3.
We'll have to get together on the side and plan, eh?
All right, just the Kenyans in the room. Africa Wisdom Summit.
Africa Wisdom Summit.
All right, Ugandans, let's go.
Africa Wisdom Summit.
Zambians in the room, let's go.
Africa Wisdom Summit.
All right. Am I forgetting anybody? Ethiopians in the room, yes. Africans in the room, let's go. Wonderful, let's go. Yes. So now I'm going to ask a few people to join me right here. I'm going to ask Catherine Yakamo. Let's increase that music a little bit. I'm going to ask Bahati Joyce, where are you? So we're going to do some moves, just the same thing we did in the morning, just right, left, right, left, let's go. Right, left, right, left. Hey, I can't hear it. Left, God has given me, and I know who. If you know the song, sing, come on. Let's go. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for the show. It's kind of like you're punching it in with meaning. All I require for life, God has given me. And what we're going to do, you're just going to lift the leg. We're going to go. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. Let's go. I know who God says I am, what He says I am. Yes. Now get ready to walk. Get ready to walk. I need you to walk. Let's go. Walk around. I work in miracles. I live a life of favor. Pastor Shalua, you are not walking. I'm working in miracles. You are not walking. I'm working miracles. I live or you're walking in spirit. Here we go. Right there. Let's go. Let's go back down. Let's go. Hey. 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 We are a chosen. Come on. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. Left hand, let's go. All I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. Forward, back. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. Back. Forward, back. Forward, back. Forward, back. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am. Kwa Kiswahili unacheza kwa majigambo. And you have to feel it. I'm walking in power, my friend. Walk. I live a And you? Let's go, everybody. Hey! Let's go. Now tell somebody. What are you? I am holy. Yes. Come on. I am righteous. Declare it. Just look at me and wonderful. Tell them you're walking. Hey! I'm walking in power. I'm walking miracles. I live a life of favor. For I know who I am. I'm walking in power. I'm walking miracles. I live a life of favor. For I know who I am. Africa, you need to feel it. It doesn't matter what you see now. Can you see His glory? Hey, I know who I am. Take a look at me, I'm a wonder. It doesn't matter what you see now. Hey, I am a sign of the wonder. For I know who I am. All right. One last time, let's go. I know who I am. It's your voice, shine up. I know who I am. One last time, let's go. Who you are. Come on. Come on. I know who I am. Let the world know who you are. A hand of applause to yourselves, everybody. Come on. Woo! Everybody shout Yes, a hand of applause to yourselves, 100%. Yes, 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 and yes, and yes. Take your seats. We are going to close off with a bang, and we are going to close off. And I love the fact that we're launching a book after the book publishing guru of Tanzania has spoken. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great honor and pleasure to welcome to the stage the one who opened the session for us today after the prayer, of course, the CEO of the Sahara Wisdom Summit, to launch his book, Black Like Me. A massive round of applause to the visionary, Dr. Dennis Sempebwa.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your patience, for staying through. I won't labor too long. The book, it's called Black Like Me. It is, I have, it's part of my story. It was, first of all, that story that takes me through really where I face all the isms that you can imagine, the tribalism, racism, colorism, classism, all the isms all the way. And I'm taking notes. It deals with the salient issues, equity and fatherhood and classism, all the meritocracy, blackness, and it's where I deal with even the subject of slavery. And Papa, thank you so much for your comments, and I'll get you a copy of the book so you see how I deal with the subject deeper as well. And I do not in any way suggest that I don't give the white guys a pass in the book. And I also go to even the reason why the blacks were half black, because of Christianity. They didn't want to deal with the issue of we're created equal, because in order for me to keep mistreating this black man, I must make a case that he's less than a man, which is where it came from. But in my research, I also stumbled upon inconvenient statistics that suggest that over 17 million blacks were actually shipped to the Arab world, something that you don't know about. In fact, skulls left all over the Sahara. The reason why you don't see mixed black Arabs like this is because when they arrived at the ports when they arrived in the Arab world, the men were castrated. The men's penises were cut off, so because they didn't want us to mingle with their girls, their women, to produce black babies in the Arab world. You don't hear about that. So we've been mistreated. We've been mistreated not just by whites. Africa is bleeding with bleeding. I do prescribe a different way to deal with it, which is Jesus's way, and which is indeed it will. I understand the anger part of it is don't be dismissive, don't be remiss, don't be. But Jesus talks about this story of the Samaritan, who was, the guy did not have to stop. He didn't have to stop. Jesus talks about loving those who are not like us, who don't look like us, who don't like us, who don't hate us, so in my I make a case for, can I be a different kind of black man? Can I not be victim? Can I not be poor? How about that? Can I be a confident black man, a creative black man, an engaging black? Can I be black like me, like this guy who doesn't see hatred and color, and who doesn't see? Now, I don't ignore it. Oh my goodness, I've experienced. I walk into, like I told you, I'm married with my wife. She's white. We go into a jewelry store, an expensive jewelry store, and of course they only look at her because they don't look at me. They actually watch me in case I steal something. Now she is so crazy because she knows what's going on. So she goes to the biggest stone and says, honey, this one? Can we get this one? And they look at me like, what? He's paying? He's paying? And then all of a sudden, although the demeanor changes, oh, sir, do you want a coffee? Do you want a tea? Because now I can pay. Because I'm a different kind of black man. I can actually pay for that rock. So can I be a different kind of black person? Can I be black like me? That's where it comes from. In fact, it's enshrined in two maxims overall. I make the case that 10% of your life is made up of what happens to you. That doesn't matter if it's whatever, rape. I've got a friend of mine who was raped, who was, I do counseling and coaching. Daddy used to come into my room every single day for 5 years, since I was 5 to when I was 16, and I should be messed up. But 90% of your life is what you do with what happens to you. I'll say it again. Your life, whatever's going on in your life, will only constitute at the end of the day 10% of what you become. It is the injury. It is. 90% is what you do with what happens to you. Number 2, next case, which I'm done, then you are the primary agent of your own uplift. Not your labels, not you're woman, you're poor, uneducated, single, I'm Jaluo. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You are the agent of your own uplift. My PhD, one of my doctorate degrees, I did a dissertation on the science of achievement, and I studied cases of successful, successful Indian farmers and African fishermen and European car manufacturers, successful people, artists, stars. All successful people do the same things. And I make a case for it. Find the most successful ones. They do the same thing. Success is not so much of an art. It's actually a science. That's why we can teach it. We can teach success. They all, I call them the 9 basic elements of human capital. All of them get to develop this human capital. Every one of them, they're diligent. Everybody say diligent. Means they work hard. They don't just pray and wait. God, bring it in the name of Jesus. Loose. I download it. No, you can't download success. They are sociability, which is they mind who they surround themselves with. You don't just hang out with just anybody. They are adaptable, which means you're not stuck. Can you change? Can you go from taxi driver to teacher? Especially today. In fact, I wrote a book called Morph. They have an attitude. They think different. Amen? They think different. They watch their time. All of them. They do watch their time. Time matters. I want to have some afternoon. I want to kill your time. No. You don't kill a successful man's time or woman's time. Amen? character. Their word means their words, their bond. Excellence. And so that's the book. I wrote this book. I'll tell you real quick, then I'm done with this. And I was, after my dissertation, my PhD level, I realized that I could write. So I wanted to write. I really wanted to write. And I went to my mentor and at the time, and I said, I really want to write. And he said, no, black people don't write. I said, what do you mean? He says, no, yeah. In fact, especially Africans, they don't write. Because he was racist. He was white. So, and I respected this man so much, you know. So he said, go to the bookstore. I guarantee you will not see a book written by an African. Of course, I went to the bookstore and I looked and there was none. And I went back thinking, no, but surely, no, I know, because of course I know things fall apart, you know, whichever. I know that, but I'm talking about global level authors. I didn't have at the time any examples of African writers, so I believed him. And he said, you know what you're going to do? If you got an idea for a book, just give it to me. And I said, oh, great. At least it's going to be out there. So I did. I gave him my manuscript, and he released it without my name on it. It became a bestseller. So I'm conflicted. The book's big. I wrote that book, but I'm not on the cover. I'm not anywhere, not even acknowledgments. But because my mind thought small, I said, okay, at least my book is out there. Now, call me stupid, but I did that 5 times. Because he kept saying, Dennis, can we write another one? I said, yes. I wrote all of them, bestsellers. And I'm thinking, okay, great. Until one day, I'm hosting this man. His name is Dr. Miles Monroe. I'm hosting him into our city, and Miles and I connected, and he says, son, I see something in you. And he said, do you have a father? I said, I don't. He said, you and I can walk together. And he said, in you there are books. I said, yeah, I know there are books. He said, no, I'm talking about you will write a book. I said, yeah, I've written some. I didn't say much because he would have. And he said, when you release your first one, when you're ready, send it to me. I will write the foreword. And so I did. I said, I have one because I had them lined up. I had a gift of words. So I had manuscript lined. So I sent him one. He wrote the foreword. I released the book. I broke it. He said, Dennis, the problem is you keep thinking you're Ugandan. I said, yeah, but I am. He said, no. He said, that was my problem. I kept thinking I was a Bahamian. I said, but you are. He said, no. None of us are these things. You are a kingdom citizen who happened to have been born in Uganda. So I said, what? He said, yeah, because as long as you think you're Ugandan, you only do what Ugandans do. And sorry, with all due respect, that's not much, he said. I said, yeah, you're right. He said, but if you keep thinking this way, then you can do what all of them do. What God's kids do, you can do. That broke it. This is book number 17. And more than that happened, I actually own a publishing company. And now we release books and all books all over the world. And by the way, this is not even about money. I actually donate all the proceeds that come from the book. They go straight back to missions, and they help people and widows and all that. So that every time I see that, I see what I'm talking about is not theory. There's bound. There's what he's talked about. We're bound here. What helped me break it is a guy who told me, you don't have to just be this guy. Inside of you, there's more. And he almost gave me permission to be more. And so, as we release this book, grab it, dig into it. It's impossible for you. I deal with so many issues. It's impossible for you to agree with everything I say, which is I'm so confident that I don't care that you agree with everything I say. I just want you to agree with enough. I want you to hear some things. I want you to hear some things because some things in there will set you free. Because where did we get that too? Where did we get that idea that you're going to hear something challenging, but I got to agree with everything? Where is that? That's also very postmodern thinking. You don't have to agree with everything. You be challenged. In fact, the things that grow you will cause you like, what happened to you reading something and you're like, no. And you open it again. No. Because it's rubbing on you. It's telling you you don't have to be that way. So I am happy. It's well researched. It's got bullets. It's got sources, references. You wrestle with that stuff. In there, I guarantee you'll change. So I'll sign whatever you and just let's do this. Amen. Thanks, Mama. Thank you.
You are not going anywhere. Maybe we stand here because I think it will be difficult to.
Just give me
another microphone. Congratulations, Dr. Dennis. Congratulations. You know.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for trusting me to be one of the reviewers of this book. I was challenged. Some of the things actually shocked me. But what I could see is courage. You are courageous to bring something like this. In fact, I'm not the only one who thought so. You cannot read what others said. But one said, riveted from the first paragraph. What a powerful read by Alan Kasuja, journalist and broadcaster at the BBC UK. Another one is a story of what it means to be free, human, and a child of God. Powerful and provocative by Lee Habib, broadcaster, columnist, Newsweek magazine, USA. An instructive manual, courageously enlightening, Christine Musisi. Bold, riveting, inspiring. There's some common words there, A must-read for every African. Kin Karisa, entrepreneur, broadcaster, Next Media, Uganda. Timeless Truths daringly addresses the most salient social issues of our time. Louis Wade, Jr., broadcaster, Belize. Exceptionally bold and incredibly honest by Louis Dajani, entrepreneur, Israel. What to you is the main, thread of this feedback that you have received?
The feedback is humbling because when you write, you don't think, especially peers, especially minds like yours, and to just say, okay, tell me what you think is like, it's just I'm honored again. For me, when I look in the mirror, it's something I never want to forget. I'm still the little boy from Mukono. I'm still filled with the wonder. What a wonder.
And what a wonder the Lord has made in you right now from that little boy. So you said, even when you talked here, that your story is woven in the economy. No, actually, I was reading it, and I was seeing it was woven in the economy, politics, leadership, and development discourse of the past few decades. But as you say, from the beginning, it is enshrined in 3 maxims. And I wanted to go through all 3, but we don't have time, so I will go through only one. And the first one is that anyone can reorient their identity to rise beyond any circumstance, past or present, to live to their full potential.
Yes.
In the book, you changed your name and reaffirmed yourself to break the cycle of generational poverty and mediocrity. Tell us about this. What else did you do to actually transform your identity? And how has it affected your descendants specifically?
I was around 14. I realized my middle name, just like Pastor Joshua, my middle name was Bapere. Mine was the opposite. My middle name was Bapere, and I said I wanted to mom. I said, "Mommy, why did you name me this?" Because